Chapter 2859. Swish. Suddenly. As if they had discussed this beforehand, the two rushed towards each other at the same time. Huge waves hit them, and the seawater instantly evaporated. Both of them had already put away their lazy attitude, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Boom! In an instant. When the two met, they raised their fists and threw a punch at each other. The two fists collided fiercely. A terrifying and destructive aura surged in all directions like a torrent. Hundreds of thousands of miles of sea area boiled in an instant. At the same time, Long Zun appeared above the barrier and waved her hands in the air. At that moment, the entire inland sea, whether it was the sea beasts at the bottom of the sea or the sea beasts on the various islands, all felt an invisible force descending. The next moment, all the sea beasts appeared above Divine Dragon Island. The densely packed sea beasts all had bewildered looks on their faces. Wasn't this Divine Dragon Island? Looking at the battle between Qin Feiyang and the Prince of Dragons, they suddenly understood. It turned out that Long Zun was protecting them. This was new. Long Zun was actually protecting these weak sea beasts. Actually, Long Zun wasn't protecting them. Although the Prince of Dragons didn't want to hurt the sea beasts in the inland sea, Long Zun didn't have such thoughts. In her eyes, these sea beasts were just ants. If they died, she could just go to other sea areas to catch them. The reason why she moved these sea beasts was out of consideration for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's slaughter zone was well known to the world. Especially the dragons, they had been repeatedly killed by the slaughter zone to the point that they couldn't fight back. So, Long Zun moved these sea beasts because she didn't want Qin Feiyang to have a chance to activate the slaughter zone. Above the sea, Qin Feiyang and the Prince of Dragons' fists collided, and the power kept rushing to the other side. Long hair fluttered in the wind, and their clothes fluttered. Neither of them had any expression on their faces, but there was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Qin Feiyang was quite confident in his physical body and strength. Apart from the Blood Demon clan and Wang Ming, he wasn't afraid of anyone in this regard. But what he didn't expect was that the body and strength of the Prince of Dragons were actually on par with his. Similarly, the princes of the dragons were the same. In the past, he had specially tempered his physical body, so he was very confident in the strength of his physical body. Moreover, his true form was a mystical dragon. The physical body of a divine dragon was naturally stronger than that of a human. But this human's physical body and strength were actually comparable to his? It seemed that this person's reputation was not undeserved. Boom! Both of them exerted their strength at the same time. Their strength surged out from their arms and blasted towards each other. Immediately, their bodies shook, and their feet staggered at the same time. Then, they fell back. Amazing! The Prince of the Dragon's bright eyes flickered with divine light. You're not bad either, Qin Feiyang said. Before he finished speaking, the two of them rushed out at the same time and attacked each other. Bang! Bang! There weren't any fancy moves, but every punch hit the flesh. There was also the battle awareness and experience. The Prince of the Dragons' battle awareness surprised Qin Feiyang. Logically speaking, this Prince of the Dragons had been cultivating in seclusion in the Dragon Palace all day. He shouldn't have experienced many battles. But now, the battle awareness and experience displayed by the Prince of the Dragons were actually not inferior to his. Although I have been cultivating, at the same time, I have also been fighting with my other self. The Prince of the Dragons seemed to have seen through Qin Feiyang's doubts and said, Your other self? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. The Prince of the Dragons nodded. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. You will know in the future. After the Prince of the Dragons finished speaking, he took a very strange step and instantly appeared behind Qin Feiyang. Then, he punched towards Qin Feiyang's back. Auxiliary divine art? Qin Feiyang murmured. Boom! He took out the heavenly dragon 9 steps and instantly disappeared in front of the Prince of the Dragons. Interesting. The Prince of the Dragons whispered. Without any hesitation, he turned around and punched out. As expected. Qin Feiyang was right behind him. The Prince of the Dragons was still able to react at such a fast speed. Furthermore, he was able to determine that Qin Feiyang was behind him. This kind of consciousness could no longer be described as terrifying. Boom! The two once again punched each other and immediately separated. Their speed was unleashed to the extreme as they crazily clashed in the air above the sea. Those below the 9 heavens realm couldn't see their figures at all. They could only hear the sounds of collision and the flames that appeared when they collided. However, people like Long Zun, the ancestral dragons and Wang Chang could clearly see the two. This Qin Feiyang is getting more and more terrifying. Ancestral dragon Black Dragon said in a deep voice. Yeah. What was his cultivation level before entering the Nether King's hell? But in just a short 200 years, he actually stepped into the peak 9 heavens realm. At this speed, I'm afraid it won't be long before he enters the imperishable realm. When he enters the imperishable realm and opens the slaughter zone, he won't even need a divine artifact to fight with us. The fire dragon and the ancestral dragon were worried. What do you mean he can fight with us? I'm afraid that even if he doesn't use a divine artifact, we will only be killed in seconds. The black dragon ancestral dragon said. Hearing this, the fire dragon, the ancestral dragon and the others were stunned. That's right. When the slaughter zone was opened to a certain level, it could even crush a divine artifact. And they couldn't even block a divine artifact. Naturally, it could crush them too. Thinking of this, their hearts became extremely heavy. Lord Long Zun, no matter what, we have to get rid of him today. The black dragon ancestral dragon said. Long Zun looked at Qin Feiyang and the Prince of the Dragons in silence. Fuck you. This guy is Qin Feiyang. Li Xiaofei stood in the crowd and looked at Qin Feiyang cursing. Li Xiaofei, you're so close to Qin Feiyang. Are you also his accomplice? A young man next to him stared at Li Xiaofei and asked. Li Xiaofei's expression changed. He looked at the young man and said in a low voice, Bastard, don't talk nonsense. You'll get me killed. Am I really talking nonsense? If you're not his accomplice, why are you living next door to him? The young man sneered. Damn you, don't slander me. Living next door to him means I'm his accomplice. The hundreds of thousands of people in the Dragon God Palace in the north all came from the north with Qin Feiyang. Are they also Qin Feiyang's accomplices? Li Xiaofei stared speechlessly at the young man, then looked at Qin Feiyang again and muttered, If I knew he was Qin Feiyang, would I dare to live next door to him? Above the sea. The battle became more and more intense. Wherever the two went, the void shattered and the waves surged. Swish. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void not far away. 5 figures walked out of the crack one after another. Qin Badian, Lu Zhenyang, Mermaid Emperor, Black Wing Emperor, White Wing Emperor, Longzuan, the 10 ancestral dragons, Wang Chang and a group of Eternal Realm experts immediately looked at the 5 people with cold light in their eyes. Because they were worried about Qin Feiyang's safety, Qin Badian and the others had been staying in the northern inland sea. Lu Zhenyang, Mermaid Emperor, Black Wing Emperor, and White Wing Emperor. Although they didn't know Qin Feiyang had sneaked into Divine Dragon Island at first, Qin Badian later told them. Compared to Qin Baishan's reaction, they were very shocked and angry. So, they stayed on the coast of the northern inland sea and paid attention to the movements of Divine Dragon Island. In other words, they were attracted by the fluctuations of the battle. So it's Feiyang who is fighting here. Qin Badian glanced at Longzuan and the others, then looked at the battlefield and nodded. He should be the legendary Prince of Dragons. Lu Zhenyang looked at the Prince of Dragons with a trace of surprise in his eyes. This young man was a bit powerful. Besides him, who else in the younger generation of dragons can fight with Feiyang? Qin Badian laughed. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had already come out of Divine Dragon Island, he was relieved. As long as he left Divine Dragon Island, he would have a way to save Qin Feiyang. But looking at the situation now, it seemed that he didn't need to do anything. It was just that, why would Feiyang fight with the Prince of Dragons? Logically speaking, shouldn't Longzuan and the 10 ancestral dragons personally take action to remove Feiyang, this thorn in their side? But now, they were all standing inside the barrier and watching silently. What was going on? Qin Feiyang and the Prince of Dragons also sensed the arrival of Qin Batian and the others. The two separated tacitly and looked at Qin Batian and the others. Qin Batian, Lu Zhenyang, Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, White-Winged Emperor, the Prince of Dragons glanced at them one by one. Sure enough, they were not a group of ordinary people. Especially Qin Batian. He was like a natural emperor, making people involuntarily want to worship him. Although he had long known about Qin Batian and the others, and also knew about the deeds of Qin Batian and the others, this was the first time he officially met them. This time, it left a deep impression on him. Similarly, it was also the first time Qin Feiyang saw the Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, and White-Winged Emperor in person. He was still very unfamiliar with the three of them. However, seeing the arrival of the 5 ancestors, his heart felt more at ease. Of course, he could not lose to the Prince of Dragons, because he could not embarrass the 2 ancestors. Let's continue. Qin Feiyang did not say a word to Qin Batian and the others. He turned to look at the Prince of Dragons and said, "Okay." The Prince of Dragons nodded. The two of them unleashed their auras and attacked each other again. The battle instantly became white-hot, and the sky here darkened. The wind was raging, and the sky was trembling. Although they did not use their divine power, divine arts, or divine weapons, the terrifying waves that filled the air were enough to instantly injure a peak 9th Heaven Realm expert. This was their strength. Under the undead realm, they were invincible kings. Everyone thought that the battle between the two of them would end soon. But the two of them seemed to be testing each other and did not use their full strength. This contest of physical strength lasted for an entire hour, and both sides were equally matched. There were many wounds on both of their bodies. But for them, these injuries were nothing. Qin Feiyang's purple gold dragon blood had a strong recovery ability. Coupled with the flame of life, not to mention some superficial wounds, even serious injuries could be quickly healed. The Prince of Dragons was the same. He had the heavenly dragon power, and its recovery ability was not inferior to the purple gold dragon blood. In other words, the two of them were evenly matched in terms of strength and ability. Chapter 2860. The wind swept across millions of miles of the sea, and the rolling waves covered the sky. The two of them charged into the sky, collapsing the sky, and then into the bottom of the sea, stirring up the sea in all directions. However, although the battle was extremely fierce, there was a smile on both of their faces. This kind of smile seemed to have metaconfidant. Boom! The two of them once again punched each other. Puff! Whether it was the Prince of Dragons or Qin Feiyang, they both spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. However, between their eyebrows, there was not the slightest sign of weakness, and their battle intent was endless. "It's about time to warm up," Qin Feiyang said. Next, bring out your true ability and fight with all you've got." The Prince of Dragons nodded. After fighting for half an hour, it's actually just a warm-up. When people like Li Xiaofei heard the words of the two, they were all stunned. This half an hour of fierce battle, everyone witnessed it with their own eyes. Although they had only activated their support-type divine arts and did not use any other divine weapons or divine arts, each of their attacks was fatal. Every moment of collision was also soul-stirring. It could be said that a little carelessness, or a little slower reaction, and one of them would lose their life. In their opinion, this was already very terrifying. But they did not expect that the two of them would actually say that it was just a warm-up. If the warm-up was already so strong, then how terrifying would the real battle be? These two were monsters. Boom! As soon as the two of them finished speaking, divine power immediately broke out of their bodies and blasted in all directions. The terrifying destructive force suddenly swept in all directions, and the void in this area collapsed crazily. The sea below even set off huge waves. Heavenly Dragon Secret Art, Moon Slashing. The Prince of Dragon's eyes were like torches, and with a low roar, a milky white light sword appeared in the sky. This light sword was 1,000 feet long, exuding a sharp edge that could destroy heaven and earth. This was impressively a supreme divine technique. Divine Dragon Seal. Qin Feiyang's eyes were also as bright as the stars. Roar. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a blood light rushed into the sky. In an instant, a 1,000-meter-long divine seal appeared in the sky. After taking the pill given to him by Qin Batian, the divine dragon seal also changed color. In the past, the divine dragon seal was purple-gold in color and had a sacred aura. At this moment, the divine dragon seal was completely crimson in color, as if it was formed by a combination of baleful aura and blood qi. A single look at it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. This is also a supreme tier divine art. Someone muttered. Rumble. The two supreme grade divine arts, carrying with them the power to destroy the world, fiercely collided. The world instantly lost its color. Milky white divine light and blood-red light filled every corner of the room. Puff! Their bodies trembled as they spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Even the power of the deity technique is the same. Everyone was stunned. If they continued to fight like this, how would they be able to determine the winner? Heavenly Dragon Art, Divine Moon. While everyone was still in shock, the Prince of the Dragons made another move, pointing at the sky. The sun immediately disappeared, and the earth fell into darkness. What happened? Isn't it morning? Why is it so dark? Everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with suspicion. Boom! In the next moment, a vast and mighty aura erupted from the top of the clouds. This aura was also filled with a sacred aura. Following closely, above the pitch-black sky, wisps of milky white light emerged. As soon as this light appeared, it became more and more dazzling. Finally, a huge round moon appeared at the top of the clouds. At that moment, the world here was shrouded in a milky white light. It was like a real round moon. However, although it looked beautiful, it was filled with a great sense of danger. Qin Feiyang felt it the most clearly. The power of this round moon was probably enough to kill any 9 heavens realm. However, he was not afraid at all. Similarly, Qin Feiyang pointed at the sky. Blood clouds suddenly appeared in the upper half of the sky. Following closely, a blood-red statue appeared. This was the third move of the Divine Dragon Art, 9-5 Supreme Tier. On one side, the divine moon was resplendent, and on the other side, blood light surged. The two separated the sky into 2 halves, opposing each other as equals. The world here was once again shrouded in blood light and milky white light. The terrifying divine power was like a tide, drowning in all directions. Although the Divine Dragon Island had a barrier, the humans, divine dragons, and sea beasts inside could not help but feel fear. These two divine arts could be considered as the strongest killing techniques apart from the heaven-defying divine arts. Divine Moon, Fall. The dragon's prince's figure was tall and straight, as handsome as jade, like a god. He gently pressed his finger. That round of divine moon immediately fell from the top of the sky. Shatter it. Qin Feiyang also said softly. Clang. The statue raised the broken sword in his hand and slashed at the divine moon. The two divine arts collided once again, erupting with a dazzling light and a deafening rumble. Puff! The two spat out another mouthful of blood. Strong! Then what's next? The dragon's prince's eyes were incomparably sharp, and the power of the heavenly dragon roared out. 1, 10, 90, a total of 90 heavenly dragons appeared in the sky, each lifelike, and their dragon power shook the world. Heavenly dragon art, heavenly dragon subdues demons. The dragon's prince waved his hand, and the 90 heavenly dragons roared in the sky and swooped down toward Qin Feiyang. Their auras were firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. With their auras locked onto Qin Feiyang could not avoid and could only meet them head-on. This is too strong, the aura of each heavenly dragon has already reached the peak of the divine arts. Can Qin Feiyang take it? The humans on the island began to discuss. If he can't even take it, can he still be called Qin Feiyang? Qin Badian laughed. As expected. Qin Feiyang did not have the slightest bit of nervousness on his face. Clang! The next moment, Qin Feiyang took a step forward, and waves of sword chi rushed out of his body like a tide. In the void above, 90 flaming sword shadows suddenly appeared. The sharpness and aura of these sword shadows had also reached the peak of the divine arts. This person is indeed powerful. Everyone's pupils contracted. Hum! Clang! With the intertwining sound of swords and dragon roars, 90 sword shadows and 90 heavenly dragons crazily fought in the sky. At this moment, the sky was full of sword shadows and heavenly dragons flying and roaring. A rain of light sprinkled down, gorgeous and dazzling, but full of danger. Because each drop of this rain of light was enough to kill a perfect 9 heavens realm. The void had already turned into chaos. In the sea below, the seawater also instantly evaporated. In the sea further away, the waves covered the sky and covered the earth, but they could not get close to this area. Because as long as they got close, they would also evaporate in an instant. In the sky, the heavenly dragons and sword shadows crazily fought. Below, the Prince of Dragons and Qin Feiyang stood facing the wind, smiling at each other. Your strength really surprises me more and more. The Prince of Dragons said. Your strength also surprises me. This heavenly dragon secret art should be created by you. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. The Prince of Dragons nodded and asked, then what about this sword shadow? Is it also created by you? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head, and said, that's why I'm not as good as you. You're really modest. The Prince of Dragons smiled, and said, don't hide it, take out your true abilities. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Heavenly Dragon Unification. The Prince of Dragons opened his mouth, and the 90 heavenly dragons immediately merged into one. Hum. Immediately, a huge dragon appeared out of nowhere, and the dragon's might soared to another level. I'll go. Is this the rhythm of a heaven-defying divine arts? Everyone was shocked. Heaven-defying divine arts? That's impossible. However, this heavenly dragon unification is already invincible. I'm afraid that other than the heaven-defying divine arts, no one can compete with it. It's hard to say. After all, his opponent is Qin Feiyang. Everyone expressed their opinions and discussed in low voices. Heavenly Dragon Unification. Above the sea, Qin Feiyang looked at the huge dragon, and the smile in his eyes became even stronger. Then, he looked at the Prince of Dragons and said, we are really fated. Why do you say that? The Prince of Dragons asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang did not answer, and spat out a few words with a smile. 9 returned to 1. The 90 sword shadows also instantly merged into one. Clang! A sword shadow of 10,000 feet appeared, its sharpness destroying the world. Ha, as expected, it's fate. The Prince of Dragons laughed. Even the moves were the same. If this wasn't fate, then what was? This Qin Feiyang, I really underestimated him in the past. Yeah. Originally, I thought that other than the heaven-defying divine artifact and the heaven-defying divine arts, his own strength wasn't that great. But I didn't think that his own strength would be so strong. You're not the only one. Ask the people here, who didn't think so before. They all thought that the reason he was so arrogant was because of the heaven-defying divine artifacts. But now I know that even without those heaven-defying divine artifacts, he actually has the ability to be arrogant. Everyone looked at the sword's shadow in shock. The power of the sword's shadow was not any weaker than the dragon. Clang! Roar! The two ultimate killing moves were like two fierce beasts clashing together. Destructive shockwaves exploded. The divine dragon island was fine because of the ice dragon's barrier. Qin Baishan's group of 5 was fine as well. After all, they were all undead realm experts. But the northern inland sea was almost destroyed. Even Feng Daji, who was guarding the northern coast, could feel the waves of battle that were surging towards him. This is indeed the young master's aura. But who is fighting the young master? The heavenly dragon's power is so pure. Could it be the princess of dragons? But is the princess of dragons that strong? Wait. It can't be the prince of dragons. The prince of dragons is an undead realm expert. Feng Daji was shocked. He looked at the depths of the sea and wanted to go and take a look. But his task was to guard this place. So, he didn't dare to leave. Whoosh! Whoosh! The shockwaves were getting stronger. The wind was blowing and the waves were rolling. But the shockwaves were blocked by the power of the two heaven-defying divine artifacts and didn't affect the Dragon God Mountain. Feng Daji, the Fire Lotus, Hua Yi, and the 5-clawed Golden Dragon had 8 heaven-defying divine artifacts. They could not only seal the dragons, but also seal the shockwaves of the battle in the inland sea. So, no matter how terrifying the battle was in the inland sea, it wouldn't hurt the creatures in the west, south, east, and north. Unless the sovereign divine weapon was involved. But the dragons couldn't control this sovereign divine weapon except the ice dragon. So, the creatures in the divine land were absolutely safe. Chapter 2861. At the same time, Hua Yi, Fire Lotus, and 5-clawed Golden Dragon also sensed the battle fluctuations. There was a trace of worry in their eyes. However, they didn't enter the inland sea. Roar! Clang! The sword shadow and the dragon continued to collide. Every time they collided, a dazzling divine light would blossom, as well as a deafening sound. Are they on par again? Ancestral Dragon murmured. Ancestral Dragon of Blood Dragon said in a deep voice, Qin Feiyang's strength is more than this. That's right. The woman in white nodded. Recalling the scene that happened outside the forest of gods and demons, she couldn't help but shudder. Eye of Heaven, 3,000 incarnations, that was Qin Feiyang's real trump card. The other mystical dragons of the dragon tribe were very optimistic when they saw this. Although it seemed that the two were evenly matched, in the heart of the dragons, they all believed that the Prince of Dragons would win. However, the various ancestral dragons knew very well that it wouldn't be easy to defeat Qin Feiyang. They even felt that the Prince of Dragons was a bit arrogant when he suppressed his cultivation to the 9th heaven realm. Kacha! After 100 breaths of confrontation, the sword's shadow and the dragon's hands shattered. Puff! Qin Feiyang and the Prince of Dragons were both shaken to the point of retreating, blood gushing out. What a good 9-9 to 1. Don't tell me that you also inherited this move from someone else. The Prince of Dragons wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Qin Feiyang. I created this move myself. But compared to you, it's still far from enough. After all, I have never created a complete divine art. Qin Feiyang laughed. It's just that you find it troublesome. With your comprehension and talent, isn't it easy to create a divine art? The Prince of Dragons smiled faintly. Praising me like this, aren't you afraid that I will be proud? Qin Feiyang said. I really hope that you will be proud, because proud people are usually very arrogant. Arrogant people are the easiest to deal with. Unfortunately, you are not. The Prince of the Dragons felt regretful. Alright, sorry to disappoint you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Prince of the Dragons smiled and said, "Since we've reached this point, there's no need to hide anymore. Let's take out our real trump card." "I'm looking forward to your trump card." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I'm looking forward to your performance too." After the Dragon Prince spoke, the heavenly dragon energy in his body erupted like a volcano. Heavenly Dragon Domain. As these words rang out, a barrier appeared out of thin air, instantly enveloping the entire area. Qin Feiyang was also trapped inside. Immediately, his cultivation base began to plummet. 9 Heavens Stage Perfection, 9 Heavens Stage Greater Success, 9 Heavens Stage Minor Success, 9 Heavens Stage Initial Success. In the end, he fell directly to the half 9 Heavens realm. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. This heavenly dragon domain was actually exactly the same as the lunatic's blood fiend domain. Swish! Just as Qin Feiyang was distracted, the Prince of the Dragons suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and slapped a palm onto Qin Feiyang's chest. Puff! Qin Feiyang flew out on the spot, his entire chest caved in. And his 5 internal organs were shattered. A palm heavily injured him. Powerful. The humans, dragons, and sea beasts of Divine Dragon Island were all incomparably shocked. It actually caused Qin Feiyang to instantly fall by 5 small realms, and the gap in cultivation base was instantly widened. The ability of this heavenly dragon domain was too terrifying. Now, one was a half 9 Heavens realm, the other was a great circle 9 Heavens realm. Did Qin Feiyang still have a chance of winning? "I heard from the ancestral dragon that the lunatics people also have this kind of divine art, right?" The Prince of the Dragons did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, and looked at Qin Feiyang as he asked. Qin Feiyang stabilized his body, and the bloodline power in his body quickly repaired his damaged 5 internal organs. "That's right. And it's also self-created." Qin Feiyang nodded. "I'm really looking forward to fighting with him. I'm even more looking forward to the 2 of you joining my dragons." The Prince of the Dragons smiled slightly, and took another step forward, instantly landing behind Qin Feiyang, and punched towards Qin Feiyang's back. This kind of perception of cultivation base, in addition to the Prince of the Dragons activating the auxiliary divine art, Qin Feiyang was unable to counterattack. Because now, he was completely unable to keep up with the Prince of the Dragons' speed. In other words, he could only take a beating now. With a crack, his bones shattered, and his back caved in. Although he was heavily injured twice in a row, his eyes did not show any signs of weakness. But the corners of his mouth were pursed into a bitter smile. This kind of ability really made people despair. How did this Prince of the Dragons and senior brother lunatic think of creating this kind of divine art? If it was someone else, they would not have the strength to resist at all. Don't tell me that this makes you helpless. If that's the case, then I'm really going to be disappointed. The Prince of the Dragons charged towards Qin Feiyang's back, and the heavenly dragon power emitted an aura of destruction. "Don't worry, I won't let you down," Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon roar, the battle's soul appeared, and the Eye of Heaven was directly activated. A heavenly dragon domain was immediately replicated. The Prince of the Dragons' cultivation base also instantly fell to the half-step 9th Heaven realm. At the same time, Qin Feiyang turned around, and with the heavenly dragon 9 steps, he swept behind the Prince of the Dragons, and the power of the dragon surged out, and punched towards the Prince of the Dragons' back. It was worth mentioning. At the same time when Qin Feiyang swept behind the Prince of the Dragons, Qin Baishan's group of 5, Dragon Sovereign, the various ancestral dragons, and Wang Chang's group of experts seemed to have discovered something, and their pupils shrank slightly. "I already knew that you have the Eye of Heaven." Qin Feiyang's speed was fast, but the Prince of the Dragons' speed wasn't slow either. With a move of his feet, he dodged Qin Feiyang's fist. "In other words, I know all of your methods. However, you know nothing about my strength. So it'll be difficult for you to hurt me." The Prince of the Dragons spoke again. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang's voice resounded in the void. The Prince of the Dragons was shocked, and when he turned around, he saw Qin Feiyang standing in front of him. Wait a minute. Wasn't Qin Feiyang behind him? He turned around, and there was another Qin Feiyang behind him. 2. Just as the Prince of the Dragons was stunned, Qin Feiyang struck out with lightning speed, and his palm struck the Prince of the Dragon's chest. Poof! The Prince of the Dragon's chest suddenly caved in, and his internal organs were shattered. At the same time, the Qin Feiyang behind him punched the Prince of the Dragon's back again. The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the Prince of the Dragon's back also caved in. That injury was exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's previous injury. Isn't this the injury? The two Qin Feiyang spoke at the same time. 3,000 incarnations? The Prince of the Dragons frowned. You even know about the 3,000 incarnations, it seems that you really know me very well. Qin Feiyang said. Of course I know about the 3,000 incarnations, but when did you activate it? The Prince of the Dragons was suspicious. Before, he didn't notice it at all. Just the moment when I rushed behind you. Because I also know that you know my means. If you want to return the favor, it won't be that easy. So, the moment I rushed behind you, I activated the 3,000 incarnations. And at the same time I activated the 3,000 incarnations, I also activated the concealment technique. I let the incarnations attack you from behind, and I used the concealment technique to run in front of you. That's the whole process. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. The Prince of the Dragons suddenly understood. This battle consciousness, this on-the-spot reaction, it was too terrifying. Even he didn't notice it. However, Qin Badian, Long Zun, and the others had noticed it before. At that time, their reaction was because they saw Qin Feiyang activating the 3,000 incarnations. But they didn't say anything. Qin Baishan's group of 5 certainly wouldn't remind the Prince of the Dragons, because they were opponents. As for Long Zun and the others, they knew that if they reminded the Prince of the Dragons, not only would the Prince of the Dragons not be grateful to them, but it would also make him dissatisfied. This was the pride of the Prince of the Dragons. He would not allow anyone to interfere in his battle with Qin Feiyang. Haha, hearing Qin Feiyang's explanation, the Prince of the Dragons not only wasn't depressed, but also laughed. And he laughed very happily. Finally, he met a decent opponent. Let me experience the full power of these 3,000 incarnations. His eyes were filled with boiling battle intent. All right. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 3,000 incarnations all appeared, surrounding the Prince of the Dragons. Kill! Qin Feiyang roared. The 3,000 incarnations immediately activated the Divine Dragon Seal, and the terrifying divine power shook all directions, bombarding the Prince of the Dragons. 3,000 Divine Dragon Seals, what kind of scene was this? Except for Long Zun and the other undead stage powerhouses, no human, sea beast, or divine dragon had the confidence to take this attack. But the Prince of the Dragons glanced at the 3,000 incarnations, but his eyes were like the bright moon, becoming brighter and brighter. These 3,000 incarnations were indeed invincible. No wonder even the ancestral dragon was terrified in Hades' hell. But the corners of the Prince of the Dragons' mouth suddenly lifted. From between his eyebrows, strands of sacred light surged out. God's domain, open. As the Prince of the Dragons spoke, a white domain slowly unfolded. At this moment, an astonishing scene appeared. Even Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The 3,000 divine dragon seals, the moment they blasted into the domain, they all automatically collapsed. It was like a small stone falling into the sea. It did not cause any waves and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Qin Badian and the others also looked at this scene in shock. That's right. Qin Feiyang has the 3,000 divine dragon seals and the Eye of Heaven, but His Highness also has the God's domain. In the god's domain, His Highness is a god who controls fate, and no attack can get close to him. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said excitedly. Yes. With the god's domain, His Highness will not lose. The other ancestral dragons also became excited when they saw the god's domain. God's domain? What's this thing? But those who didn't know had a look of suspicion. The Prince of the Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. The god's domain is one of my innate divine abilities. Innate divine ability? Qin Feiyang was stunned. There was such an innate divine ability in the world? It's very surprising, right? Actually, when I opened the god's domain, I was also very surprised. Because I have never heard of such an innate divine ability. At first, I also thought that this innate divine ability shouldn't be very strong. But the result was greatly beyond my expectations. Because the power of the god's domain is not inferior to the 10 heaven-defying battle souls. The Prince of the Dragons smiled confidently. Chapter 2862. It's not any weaker than the top 10 fighting souls. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The power of the realm of God can be summed up in one sentence. Divine arts are nullified. The Prince of Dragons said. Divine arts are nullified. Qin Feiyang's face changed. Qin Batian, Lu Zhengyang, the Mermaid Emperor, the Black-Winged Emperor, and the White-Winged Emperor were all shocked. They did not expect it to be such an incredible power. It was like the Eye of Nothingness. The Eye of Nothingness that Lu Jiajin had activated back then had such an ability. The only difference was the Eye of Nothingness nullified the fighting souls. The realm of God nullified the divine arts. The two types of innate divine abilities could be considered to have achieved the same result through different means. What kind of monster was this? The gifted superpowers that he activated did not belong to the top 10 fighting souls, but its power was comparable to the top 10 fighting souls. That's why your 3,000 clones are completely useless against me. The Prince of Dragons smiled and used his auxiliary divine arts. With the realm of God, he quickly approached Qin Feiyang. Swoosh! Seeing this, Qin Feiyang did not hesitate and retreated with his 3,000 incarnations. The Prince of Dragons obviously wanted to shroud him and his 3,000 incarnations in the realm of God. Once they were shrouded in the realm of God, they would not even have the chance to use their divine arts. I don't believe that there is such a powerful gifted superpower. Everyone, let's try again. One of the incarnations suddenly said. That's right. If it doesn't belong to the top 10 fighting souls, how can it be on par with the top 10 fighting souls? The other incarnations roared in anger. What's going on? These doppelgangers of his actually have independent consciousness? What the hell? Hearing the 3,000 incarnations speak, the sea beasts, humans, and divine dragons on the island were in disbelief. They had not fought with Qin Feiyang and did not know the meaning of the 3,000 incarnations. In their eyes, they were just incarnations. How could the incarnations have independent consciousness? What the hell? However, no one gave them an explanation. Those who were in the know, such as the revered dragon, the various ancestral dragons, and Qin Batian, were all paying close attention to the battlefield. Because in their hearts, victory was the most important thing. Ding! Accompanied by loud and clear dragon roars, the 3,000 incarnations all activated the divine dragon seal. The divine dragon roar was the supreme ruler. 3,000 incarnations meant 9,000 divine arts. Densely packed, they filled half the sky. This scene shocked everyone present. So many deity arts, this was too terrifying. Most importantly, even if it was just the incarnation, the 3 moves of the Dragon God technique were not any weaker than Qin Feiyang's original body. If they were in Qin Feiyang's shoes, would they have any chance of winning? No. No, it shouldn't be said that he had no chance of winning. Or should I say, would he be able to escape from these 3,000 incarnations? Yes. If it had been them, they would have had no choice but to flee in the face of these 3,000 incarnations. At this moment, They finally realized how terrifying Qin Feiyang was. Kill! The 3,000 incarnations roared, and the 9,000 divine arts immediately carried the power to destroy the world, majestically charging towards the Prince of the Dragons. However, facing these 9,000 divine arts, the Prince of the Dragons had a smile on his face, and his expression was calm. There was not the slightest trace of worry. And he did not stop. However, perhaps he wanted the 3,000 incarnations to be more realistic and to experience the power of the god's domain more vividly. He slowed down and walked towards Qin Feiyang and the 3,000 incarnations step by step. Finally, the 9,000 divine arts blasted into the god's domain, one after another. But the result was no exception. The moment the 9,000 divine arts entered the god's domain, they directly dissipated. It can really be nullified, the 3,000 incarnations were dumbfounded. This kind of heaven-defying ability was indeed comparable to the 10 heaven-defying battle souls. 3,000 incarnations, in a sense, is already equivalent to a heaven-defying divine art. But after all, it's not a heaven-defying divine art. The Prince of the Dragons shook his head, and 90 dragons roared out, carrying a great dragon might as they charged towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Heaven-defying divine art? Listening to this god's domain can't nullify the heaven-defying divine art? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Was the Prince of the Dragons deliberately reminding him? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang raised his hand and waved, and a bloody light suddenly swept out from his fingertips. Boom! With the appearance of this bloody light, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly emerged in this world. Kill formula. Since entering Hell, he had not activated the 6-word divine art again. Now there was a sense of strangeness. Be careful. This is the kill formula. When Long Zun saw the bloody light, his face immediately changed and finally couldn't help but remind. This is the kill formula. When the Prince of the Dragons heard this, his eyes immediately locked onto the bloody light, and his heart was quite shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying murderous aura. At the same time, there seemed to be some expectation in his eyes. The kill formula was a heaven-defying divine art, and of course, it would not let him down. Although there was only a wisp of the bloody light, it contained a terrifying destructive power. The 90 sky dragons had no resistance at all and were shattered one by one. In the blink of an eye, the 90 sky dragons were all shattered, and the bloody light swept out of the god's domain like a bolt of lightning. This time, it did not disappear. The bloody light carried a shocking murderous aura and went straight for the Prince of the Dragons. At this moment, the Prince of the Dragons also felt a fatal threat. If he was hit by the bloody light, there would be no accident and he would definitely die on the spot. Don't be careless. Long Zun could not help but remind again. She had personally experienced the kill formula more than once, so she knew how terrifying it was. If he was careless, the outcome would be his body being crushed. Facing any opponent, I will not be careless, not to mention the opponent now is Qin Feiyang. The Prince of the Dragons whispered. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and a ray of milky white divine light burst out. This ray of divine light was completely different from the bloody light. The bloody light contained a monstrous murderous aura, like a peerless god of death. But the Prince of the Dragons' ray of divine light was filled with an incomparably sacred aura, like a god had descended. Qin Feiyang stared at the divine light for the first time. This sacred aura seemed to have a kind of power that could purify all evil. The bloody light's murderous aura was actually wiped out by a bit. Rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, the bloody light collided with the divine light. Heaven and earth immediately fell into darkness for a moment. Following closely, the monstrous bloody light and the milky white divine light exploded in the void. A destructive wave of air immediately swept out in all directions like a tide. Qin Badian and the other 4 involuntarily retreated. Divine Dragon Island's barrier was also revealed under the impact of this wave of air. Heaven-defying divine arts and heaven-defying divine artifacts were on the same level. Although it was only a wisp of bloody light, although it was only a ray of divine light, it was already comparable to a heaven-defying divine artifact that had not been awakened. This kind of power could be imagined. The prince of the dragon's god's domain directly disintegrated. Now, seeing the god's domain shatter, the 3,000 incarnations' murderous intent surged. Chirp! Chirp! The 3 moves of the dragon's technique and the 4 moves of the fire phoenix technique instantly evolved, densely packed together, like a group of wild beasts, and charged toward the prince of the dragons. Just how monstrous are his 3,000 incarnations? So many divine arts. Apart from the strongest imperishable realm experts, who can withstand them? Seeing this scene, the living beings on the island could not help but turn pale with horror. Even the revered dragon and the 10 ancestor dragons' hearts were in their throats. Chapter 2863. Because the Prince of Dragons was not only facing Qin Feiyang, but also 3,000 avatars that looked exactly like Qin Feiyang. In other words, this was not a one-on-one battle at all. The killing intent of your avatars is more terrifying than your own. The Prince of Dragons glanced at the 3,000 avatars and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Perhaps they are the real me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. So, you have been suppressing your killing intent all this time? The Prince of Dragons asked. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while and nodded slightly. That's right. He had indeed been suppressing his killing intent. Because of opening the slaughter domain in the past, his personality was quietly changing. He was more bloodthirsty and indifferent than before. Many people knew about this. So now, he would subconsciously control the killing intent in his heart. The 3,000 avatars were different. They didn't know how to hide it, nor did they control it. They just did what they wanted to do. It seems that you are indeed the same as your ancestors, hiding a heart of compassion for the common people. The Prince of Dragons smiled, and the god's domain reappeared. The 3 moves of the Dragon God technique and the 4 moves of the Fire Phoenix technique were like stones sinking into the sea, dissipating in the god's domain. It seems that in the future, the 10 great fighting souls will have to be changed to 11 great fighting souls. Qin Feiyang smiled. If the god's domain can really squeeze into the list of great fighting souls, it will be my honor. The Prince of Dragons smiled faintly. What's going on with these two? This is a battle. And there's a bet. But looking at them like this, they don't seem to care at all. They are talking and laughing. I really admire their temperament. Someone complained without hiding anything. What do you know? This is called appreciating each other. They are respecting each other and appreciating each other. If they really have to fight to the death, I guess they won't be willing. Someone shook his head and smiled. The Prince of Dragons glanced at those who were discussing and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. It seems that everyone is a little impatient. It seems so. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then let's decide the victor. The Prince of Dragons said. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. The next moment, both of their temperaments had changed greatly. Whether it was their eyes or their expressions, they were both extremely sharp. Ding! Qin Feiyang made the first move. With a dragon roar, his dragon soul soared into the sky, and the eye of heaven instantly opened. Domain of Divinity. As Qin Feiyang spoke, a brand new god's domain appeared. No way. It can even replicate the domain of divinity. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang's domain of divinity, then looked at the dragon's domain of divinity. They were exactly the same. There should be a limit to this abnormal duplication ability. The Eye of Heaven could replicate all attacks. Whether it was a deity art, fighting soul, or innate superpowers, they could all be replicated. People like Li Xiaofei would never understand how terrifying a heaven-defying battle spirit was. The Prince of Dragons looked at the replicated domain of divinity and couldn't help but frown slightly. It seems that the domain of divinity still can't be compared to the top 10 heaven-defying battle spirits. With a sigh, the Prince of Dragons decisively dispersed the domain of divinity. Boom! The next moment, A terrifying aura erupted. The Prince of Dragons was shrouded in a divine light, which was the divine light that collided with Scarlet Swan before. It was obvious. He was serious. "What does your highness mean?" someone from the Black Dragon clan asked. "The Eye of Heaven actually has things that can't be replicated," the Black Dragon said. "What can't be replicated?" Everyone was surprised and looked at the Black Dragons. "Heaven-defying battle spirit," the Black Dragon said. "Heaven-defying battle spirit?" Everyone was stunned and asked, "Patriarch, you mean that the Eye of Heaven can't replicate the heaven-defying battle spirit?" "That's right. For example, Qin Beishan's Eye of Reincarnation, the Eye of Heaven can't replicate it. This is the reason why your highness sighed. If the Eye of Heaven can replicate the domain of divinity, it means that the domain of divinity can't be compared with the top 10 heaven-defying battle spirits." The Black Dragons shook his head and sighed. "There's such a thing." Everyone was stunned. But I believe that with your highness' talent and ability, the domain of divinity can be compared with the top 10 heaven-defying battle spirits sooner or later. At that time, the Eye of Heaven can't be replicated, and your highness will be in an invincible position." The Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon clenched his fists, his eyes full of confidence. "Come out, deity vanquishing sword." The Prince of Dragons turned a deaf ear to these discussions. His expression didn't look very disappointed. As his voice sounded, the divine light around his body suddenly intertwined and condensed into a 3-foot divine sword. The divine aura was many times stronger than before. "This is your heaven-defying battle spirit?" Qin Feiyang asked. "That's right." The Prince of Dragons nodded. He grabbed the deity vanquishing sword and slashed at Qin Feiyang. Thousands of sword chi covered the sky and earth. Qin Feiyang's expression became serious. Killing intent gathered in his palm, and a blood-red sword appeared. He grabbed the blood-red sword and slashed at the sky. Streaks of blood-red sword chi turned into waves of blood and roared. Rumble. The two met in the void, and everything was destroyed. The domain of divinity that Qin Feiyang had replicated was shattered on the spot. The 3,000 clones were all destroyed in an instant. "Kill!" The two of them roared at the same time. Holding the blood-red sword and the deity vanquishing sword, they charged at each other. Clang! This was a clash of heaven-defying battle spirits. The blood-red sword and the deity vanquishing sword collided, and a dazzling light burst out. "I want to see if your kill character art is stronger or if my deity vanquishing battle spirit art is stronger." At this moment, the Dragon Prince was like a completely different person from before. His eyes were as sharp as a blade. The speed of his attacks was like a storm, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. "So it's called the deity vanquishing battle spirit art," Qin Feiyang muttered. The speed of his attacks was not any slower than the Prince of Dragons. The two of them constantly flashed and collided in the void. They fought until the sky turned dark, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner. Terrifying destructive waves flooded the surroundings. Fortunately, the sea beasts in the inner sea had been moved to the Divine Dragon Island by Long Zun. Otherwise, this wave would be enough to wipe them all out. Gradually, Qin Feiyang and the Prince of Dragons, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, disappeared at the end of the sea, leaving behind a mess. Where are they going to kill their way to? Everyone rose into the air and looked at the two of them. Wherever they went, the void was annihilated, the sky collapsed, and the sea shattered. It was like the scene of the end of the world. Whoosh! Long Zun and the 10 ancestor dragons quickly flew out of the barrier and chased after Qin Fei and the Prince of Dragons. Qin Badian and the other 4 looked at each other and quickly followed. Obviously, they were worried that Long Zun and the 10 ancestor dragons would help the Prince of Dragons kill Qin Feiyang. However, the other divine dragons, sea beasts, and humans could not leave the Divine Dragon Island. They could only chase along the coast of the Divine Dragon Island. They did not want to miss this exciting battle. What a powerful wave! Eastern Inner Sea. The five-clawed golden dragon stood in the sky above the coast and looked at the depths of the sea with shock in his eyes. That's right. Qin Fei Yang and the Prince of Dragons had fought their way to the east of the inner sea. One was like a terrifying killing god, and the other was like a sacred deity. Blood splattered in the sky. It's the kill formula. The two of them fought their way from the east of the inner sea to the south of the inner sea. Hua Yi stood against the wind. In the sky above the depths of the sea, he could vaguely see two figures. Who was this opponent? To be able to fight Qin Fei Yang to such an extent. At this moment, whether it was Qin Fei Yang or the Prince of Dragons, they were all covered in blood. The wounds on their bodies were shocking. However, it was as if they did not see these wounds. Their eyes were only filled with boiling battle intent. Chapter 2864. What happened? Why is there such a huge commotion? People from the east, west, south, and north were also alarmed and rushed toward the inland sea. No one is allowed to come close. Feng Daji, Hua Yi, Fire Lotus, and the five-clawed golden dragon released their divine might and intimidated everyone. The four of them were now very famous. And everyone knew that they were related to Qin Fei Yang. So when they saw the four of them, everyone immediately thought that Qin Fei Yang was fighting someone in the inland sea. Everyone knew that the inland sea was the dragon's territory. If Qin Fei Yang was really fighting someone, then his opponent must be the dragons. This guy already had the ability to fight the dragons head-on. What's the situation? I don't know. They're too fast. Apart from the undead stage experts, no one can catch up to them. But I believe that the final winner will be His Highness Divine Dragon Island. At this moment, all the dragons were concerned about the battle. Rumble. Crack. Accompanied by a series of loud sounds, two figures charged into the sea in the west. Who else could it be but Qin Fei Yang and the Prince of the Dragons? The blood sword and the god-vanquishing sword kept colliding, creating dazzling sparks. That destructive fluctuation surged out like a tsunami, shattering everything in its path. When they charged into the northern inland sea again, the entire inland sea was no longer there. The seawater had completely disappeared. The ground was shattered. It was a scene of chaos. Clang! The two of them collided with each other. The blood sword and the god-vanquishing sword shattered at the same time. The two of them flew backward and smashed into the ground below. To be able to fight with me until now, it's really beyond my expectations. The Prince of the Dragons soared into the sky. Although he was seriously injured, his aura was still powerful. I should be the one saying that. Qin Fei Yang also soared into the sky. With the help of his bloodline power and fire of life, his injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the rumors say, he's very arrogant, but he does have the ability to be arrogant. The Prince of the Dragon's eyes flashed coldly. What about you? Besides the god-vanquishing art, what else do you have? If not, then this contest can be declared over. Qin Fei Yang said. All right. Then let me announce the end. The Prince of the Dragons raised his hand and waved it violently. A giant hand that covered the sky appeared. An apocalyptic aura surged out from his body. God-slaying palm. As the Prince of the Dragons roared, the giant hand that covered the sky suddenly fell from the sky, crushing everything in its path as it slammed towards Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang looked up at the descending giant hand, his eyes blazing like torches. Just as the giant hand was about to fall, he suddenly raised his hand, and golden light burst out from his palm. Return formula. A dazzling golden stream of light suddenly roared out and blasted toward the giant hand. Rumble. The two of them met high up in the sky. The world was immediately drowned in golden light and milky white divine light. The god-vanquishing palm was clearly the same as the god-vanquishing sword. It was one of the moves of the god-vanquishing art. The god-slaying art was a heaven-defying art. It could be imagined that the power of the god-slaying palm would not be weaker than the god-slaying sword. The return formula was also a heaven-defying art, giving oneself a taste of their own medicine. The two god-slaying arts were in a stalemate in the sky, and for a moment, neither could do anything to the other. The Prince of the Dragons looked at the two god-slaying arts and then waved his hand. The god-slaying sword appeared again and slashed towards Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang did not dare to hesitate and activated the kill formula again. The blood sword was like a graceful swan, tearing through the sky and slashing towards the god-slaying sword. The return formula and kill formula are both restrained. Now, what will you use to block this move? God-slaying light. The Prince of the Dragon's eyes burst with light as he pointed his index finger in the air. Rumble. A beam of light suddenly spewed out, full of destructive power. It seems that you don't know much about me, otherwise you wouldn't be so confident. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, a set of armor suddenly appeared on his body. Battle formula. Immediately, he rushed forward and threw a punch at the god-slaying light. With a loud bang, the god-slaying light was annihilated on the spot. One must know. Now, the battle formula could neutralize 90% of the lethality. In other words, the lethality that Qin Feiyang suffered was only 10%. 10% of the lethality was only enough to break the armor on his hand. This is another heaven-defying god-slaying art. The Prince of the Dragons looked dazed. Not bad. This is the battle formula. In terms of heaven-defying god-slaying art, if I say I am second, no one dares to say they are first. Qin Feiyang's domineering aura was unparalleled. Taking a step forward, his speed suddenly soared. Compared to activating the Heavenly Dragon 9 steps, it was many times faster. Even the Prince of the Dragons couldn't catch Qin Feiyang's figure. This speed, the Prince of the Dragons was shocked. Go formula, understand it. Qin Feiyang said. In the next moment, he landed behind the Prince of the Dragons and directly punched out. Boom! The Prince of the Dragons instinctively wanted to dodge, but his speed couldn't keep up at all. Puff! Accompanied by a mouthful of blood, the Prince of the Dragons was blasted out on the spot, his face pale. Go formula, kill formula, battle formula, return formula. At this moment, the Prince of the Dragons finally realized that in the previous battle, Qin Feiyang didn't use his full strength at all. Swish! Without waiting for him to react, Qin Feiyang used the Go formula again. That speed was not something that the Prince of the Dragons could compare with. Facing the current me, do you still have confidence? Qin Feiyang slapped out with his palm, and the Prince of the Dragons was once again sent flying. His whole person was in a sorry state. Emperor Prison. Qin Feiyang opened his mouth again, with a bone-piercing chill in his tone. With the appearance of the Dragon Soul, the Emperor Prison suddenly fell. The Prince of the Dragons' consciousness suddenly fell into a blank. When he regained consciousness, he suddenly saw Qin Feiyang holding a 3-foot-long battle sword, placed across his neck. The blade of the sword glowed with a faint light. This battle sword was only a legendary-level artifact. But even so, at this moment, it could easily take his life. How is it? Qin Feiyang looked at the Prince of the Dragons indifferently. The Prince of the Dragons looked at the battle sword, then looked at Qin Feiyang with a complicated expression, and sighed, I've lost. Yes. He had lost. Even though he still had a heaven-defying artifact, it couldn't change the fact that he had lost. Because if Qin Feiyang wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. Moreover, when he saw Qin Feiyang activating all the heaven-defying divine arts, he also realized that he would lose. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, put away his battle sword, and at the same time, with a thought, the blood sword and golden light in the sky also dissipated. The Prince of the Dragons also waved his hand, and the god-slaying palm and the god-slaying art disappeared into thin air. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, There's one thing that I don't understand. What? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You clearly have the ability to defeat me with a crushing force, but why did you fight with me for so long? The Prince of the Dragons was puzzled. Step secret art, return secret art, battle secret art, kill secret art. The four great divine arts had speed, defense, and lethality. If Qin Feiyang had gone all out from the beginning, he would have fallen very quickly. But Qin Feiyang did not do so, and had been fighting with him until now. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked at the Prince of the Dragons and asked, "Do you really want to know?" N. The Prince of the Dragons nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Then don't get angry when I tell you." "Am I that narrow-minded?" The Prince of the Dragons smiled. "First of all, I want to know your strength. If I defeat you quickly, then I won't have the chance to see many of your tricks. Secondly, with so many clansmen watching you, I naturally have to give you some face. If you lose too quickly and miserably, then your dignity as a prince will be gone, won't it?" Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing this, the Prince of the Dragons couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that he was taking care of his feelings. Qin Feiyang asked, "Can I leave now?" "Any time." The Prince of the Dragons nodded. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, turned around, and stepped into the air. "Qin Feiyang." The Prince of the Dragons suddenly spoke. Qin Feiyang stopped, turned his head and looked suspiciously at the Prince of the Dragons. The Prince of the Dragons asked, "When are you going to attack my divine dragon island?" "What do you think?" Qin Feiyang asked back. "How would I know what you're thinking?" The Prince of the Dragons smiled helplessly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and said, "When I break through to the undead stage, I will make my move." "Undead stage," the Prince of the Dragons murmured, and smiled, "Then you have to be fully prepared, because I won't lose to you again." Qin Feiyang smiled, turned around, and stepped into the air. Boom! But at this moment, accompanied by a loud noise, rays of divine light emerged from the sacred mountain in the center of the divine dragon island. A mighty aura instantly covered the entire inland sea. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. This aura was too familiar, it was a sovereign divine weapon. Shua! It was also at this moment. A crack appeared in the void, and Qin Beishan's group of 5 ran out, shouting, "Hurry up, Long Zun has opened the sovereign divine realm." "What? Sovereign divine realm?" Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He had personally experienced the terror of the sovereign divine realm. Until now, he still remembered that when he was trapped in the sovereign divine realm, it was the help of the 2 war souls and the sunset divine bow and other heaven-defying divine weapons, plus the 3rd stage of the slaughter domain that allowed him to kill his way out of the sovereign divine realm. Even so, it was still very difficult to break the sovereign divine realm. In other words, to break the sovereign divine realm, he had to use all his means, especially the slaughter domain and the 2 war souls. So, once he was imprisoned by the sovereign divine realm, then the current him was equivalent to a turtle in a jar. Because neither the slaughter domain nor the 2 war souls could help him. There was no blood in the slaughter domain. The 2 war souls were also sealed. How to fight? There was no way to fight. After Qin Batian finished speaking, he grabbed Qin Feiyang, activated the power of law, and tore open a space crack. Boom! However, the sovereign divine realm descended in an instant. The entire inland sea was directly sealed off. With this sovereign divine realm, even Qin Beishan's power of law was unable to open it. Damn it! The Blackwing Emperor was furious. "Where do you want to go?" Accompanied by a sneer, Long Zun and the 10 ancestral dragons descended. "Mother," the Prince of Dragons looked at Long Zun and couldn't help but frown. Long Zun said coldly, "You disappoint me too much." "I'm sorry." The Prince of Dragons lowered his head. Chapter 2865. "You've made me believe in you again and again, and this is the result of that?" Long Zun said angrily. "This child has failed to live up to mother's expectations." The Prince of the Dragons lowered his head and said, "Go back to the Dragon Palace and reflect on your mistakes." Long Zun shouted. This child will reflect on himself. The Prince of the Dragons looked up at Long Zun and said, but before I reflect on myself, I ask Mother to let them go. Shut up. Long Zun was furious. A gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Since I have an agreement with Qin Feiyang, we should keep our promise now. The Prince of the Dragons gathered his courage and looked at Long Zun. Your Highness, you are confused. Talking about promises with these people? Do you know how big a threat they are to us dragons? Take a good look, Qin Batian, Qin Feiyang, Lu Zhengyang, Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, and White-Winged Emperor, which one of them isn't our sworn enemy? Letting them go now is like letting the tiger return to the mountain. The ancestral dragons were also furious. Was His Highness bewitched by Qin Feiyang? With such a good opportunity, not only did he not take the opportunity to get rid of them, he even wanted to let them go? What a joke. Since they are opponents, we should defeat them fair and square. Or are you afraid of them? If you don't even have this bit of courage and courage, how can you call yourself a dragon? The Prince of the Dragons looked at the ancestral dragons and said, Your Highness, I beg you, don't be so childish, okay? If it was them today, do you think they would let us go? The Black Dragon ancestral dragon said angrily. They will. Because before, Qin Feiyang clearly had the chance to kill me, but he didn't do so. What does this mean? It means he is a person who keeps his promise. Because our agreement was not to kill each other, but to defeat each other. The Prince of the Dragons said. Bastard, the more you speak, the more reasonable you are. You too, take him to the Dragon Palace immediately. Without my order, he is not allowed to step out of the Dragon Palace. Long Zun was furious. He looked at Ancestral Dragon, Black Dragon and Fire Dragon, Ancestral Dragon and shouted. Yes. The Ancestral Dragon and the Black Dragon responded respectfully and walked towards the Dragon Prince. The Imperial Prince looked at the two of them, then at the Dragon Sovereign. Stealing his heart, he suddenly retreated and landed beside Qin Feiyang, saying, Kidnap me. What? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Qin Batian and the others also looked at him in astonishment. Long Zun and the 10 ancestor dragons were also stunned. Kidnap him? What was he doing? The Prince of Dragons said in a low voice, Mother is determined to kill you. I can't convince her, so I can only kidnap me to make her hesitate. But she's your mother, Qin Batian said. I know she's my mother. If there's no agreement in advance, I definitely won't disobey Mother. The Prince of Dragons said. Your Highness, don't be stupid, okay? What good will it do you to do this? The ancestral dragons were burning with anxiety. How could there be such a stupid person? He ran in front of the enemy and let the enemy kidnap him. I want to have a clear conscience. At the same time, it's also to protect the face of us dragons. Do you really want the world to talk behind our backs that we dragons are despicable people? The Prince of Dragons looked at the ancestral dragons and said. The Blood Dragon ancestral dragon pointed at Qin Feiyang and the others and said angrily, as long as these people die, who would dare to talk behind their backs? This is just your wishful thinking. Even if they don't say it, they will curse us dragons in their hearts. The Prince of Dragons said. Do you really want to do this? Long Zun said gloomily. Although her expression couldn't be seen, it wasn't difficult to tell from her tone that she was very angry. The Prince of Dragons nodded. Huff. Long Zun took a deep breath, and with a wave of her hand, a crack appeared in the sovereign divine realm. She shouted, Get lost. Seeing this, Qin Batian immediately took Qin Feiyang and the others out of the sovereign divine realm, opened the space-time law, and flew away without looking back. Lord Long Zun, the 10 ancestral dragons looked at Long Zun in shock. They never thought that Long Zun would really listen to the prince. What an unfilial son. Long Zun snorted coldly, turned around, and disappeared in the direction of Divine Dragon Island. It seems that Mother is really angry. The Prince of Dragons smiled bitterly. Your Highness, the dragon ancestral dragon looked at the Prince of Dragons, but he didn't want to say it. He shook his head and sighed, turned around, and left. The other 9 ancestral dragons looked at the Prince of Dragons, shook their heads, and left without saying a word. The Prince of Dragons looked at the backs of the 10 people, then looked up at the rapidly closing crack in the sovereign divine realm, and a smile appeared in his eyes. The next time we meet, you will know how terrifying the person who once lost to you is. Grow up quickly. Muttering, the Prince of Dragons turned around and left. The inland sea gradually calmed down. North. Dragon God Mountain Range. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang and the others appeared out of thin air. Young Master. Feng Daji immediately went up to greet them. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Daji and smiled. What's so hard about me? You didn't encounter any danger, did you? Feng Daji asked with concern. No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Feng Daji pointed at the sovereign divine realm and asked suspiciously, then why did the sovereign divine realm appear? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked through the sovereign divine realm at the inland sea. Qin Badian asked doubtfully, Feiyang, what agreement did you have with the Prince of Dragons? Qin Feiyang said, we agreed that if I won, he would let me leave. If I lost, I would join the dragons. I see. Qin Badian and the others nodded in realization. In that case, this Prince of Dragons is indeed an amazing person. Lu Zhenyang said with a smile. Yes. The Mermaid Emperor and the others also nodded. If they didn't see the Prince of Dragons' actions with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Although I won this battle, I don't feel happy at all. Qin Feiyang frowned. Why? The others looked at him, puzzled. I don't know either. I just feel that I won too easily. And although the Prince of Dragons lost, he didn't seem to give me the feeling of losing. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Badian and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. A win is a win, a loss is a loss, how can there be so many questions? This paranoia is too strong. But Qin Feiyang really had an indescribable feeling in his heart at this moment. He felt that the Prince of Dragons seemed to have deliberately let him win. Forget it, let's not think about it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Anyway, there will be a battle sooner or later. Whether or not he deliberately let him win, he will naturally know when the time comes. Feng Daji asked, what about the Chief Pavilion Master and Yi Shuai? They're all rescued. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. That's good. Feng Daji breathed a sigh of relief. Continue to keep an eye here, be careful of the sneak attacks of the ancestral dragons. Although the Prince of Dragons is magnanimous, the ancestral dragons are all sinister and cunning old things. Qin Feiyang reminded. I'll be careful. Feng Daji nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and led Qin Badian and the others into the castle. At this moment, Yi Shuai, the Chief Pavilion Master, Yi Zhong, Yi Cheng, and Old Master Yi were all in the hall of the castle. Dan Wangkai accompanied them. Young Master. Seeing Qin Feiyang enter, Dan Wangkai immediately stood up and bowed. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dan Wangkai said, since you're back, I'll leave this place to you, I'll go and refine pills. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang smiled. Dan Wangkai nodded and smiled at Qin Badian and the others, and then went straight into Qin Feiyang's cultivation room. This little guy really hasn't changed at all, he's not interested in anything except for alchemy. Lu Zhenyang shook his head. Dan Wangkai had once stayed in the Dragon Slayer Palace, so Qin Badian and the others knew his hobby. Isn't this good? Wholeheartedly focus on alchemy. In the future, your achievements in alchemy will definitely surpass everyone else. Qin Badian smiled. Lu Zhenyang shook his head and smiled, looked at the Chief Pavilion Master and said, welcome back. The Chief Pavilion Master's injuries had basically healed, and he had also changed into a clean set of clothes, looking completely different from before. At this moment, he looked at Qin Feiyang, Qin Batian, and the others with a complicated look in his eyes. Feiyang, thank you. Yi Zhong grabbed Yi Shuai's hand and looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully. Thank you. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said speechlessly, Master, you're treating me like an outsider, I'm your disciple, this is what I should do. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. Yi Zhong shook his head. You guys really know how to scare people. Why didn't you tell me about these things? Old Master Yi glanced at Qin Feiyang and Yi Zhong and said unhappily. Obviously, he had already learned everything from Yi Zhong and Yi Cheng. Yi Shuai giggled and said, Great-grandfather, I was afraid that you would find out and expose me. Expose me? You little girl, do you think I'm a blabbermouth? Old Master Yi glared at Yi Shuai. I wouldn't dare. Yi Shuai scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. Father, it's all in the past, don't mention it. Come, let me introduce you. This is Qin Batian, this is Lu Zhenyang, these three are the Mermaid Emperor, the White Wing Emperor, the Black Wing Emperor, they are all the leaders of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Yi Qing stepped forward and pointed at Qin Batian and the other four, introducing them to Old Master Yi one by one. Hello, Old Master Yi. Qin Batian and the other four bowed. Qin Batian, Lu Zhenyang, Old Master Yi looked at the five of them and said with a hoarse smile, Your names are all well known. You flatter me. Qin Batian waved his hand. Old Master Yi smiled and turned to look at Yi Zhong. Because he knew that Qin Batian didn't care about him, but his son, Yi Zhong. Qin Batian also looked at Yi Zhong, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. Brother Yi, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. This old man never thought that there would be a day where I would stand together with you all. Yi Zhong shook his head and sighed. Qin Batian and Lu Zhenyang looked at each other, and a trace of joy appeared on their faces. So, Brother Yi has already decided to, no. I won't join the Dragon Slayer Palace. Yi Zhong waved his hand. Of course. You're Feiyang's master, so you have the right and freedom to choose. We won't impose anything on you. Qin Batian smiled. Chapter 2866. Hearing that, Yi Zhong turned and walked to the entrance of the ancient castle. Looking at the scenery outside, he pondered for a moment, then laughed. This old man thinks that this black tortoise world is pretty good. Of course. It's not that this disciple is bragging, but when this disciple goes to find Fire Lotus and the others and brings the resources of the other three great dragon god palace, at that time, the black tortoise world will not be any worse than the divine dragon island. Qin Feiyang laughed proudly. Yi Zhong laughed involuntarily. However, Qin Batian's face darkened, he raised his hand and slapped Qin Feiyang's head. Qin Feiyang was startled, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said unhappily, Ancestor, what are you doing? What? I want to ask you, what are you trying to do? What's the point of bragging so much? Hurry up and arrange a place for your master to stay. Qin Batian glared at him snappily. Arrange a place to stay. Qin Feiyang was startled. Look at how smart you are usually, why are you acting so stupid now? Carefully think about what your master said just now. Qin Batian said. What did he say just now? Qin Feiyang was startled. Master had just said that this black tortoise world was not bad. Was there a problem? The black tortoise world was not bad to begin with, to be honest. Wait a minute. Qin Feiyang was startled, then suddenly slapped his head, ran out of the castle, and shouted, Where are the three black leopard brothers? He's coming, he's coming. Soon. The three black leopard brothers rushed over from the east side of the medicine field. Immediately go and arrange a courtyard for my master. Remember, you have to decorate it well. Qin Feiyang laughed. The three black leopard brothers were startled, they looked at Yi Zhong and whispered, Is he going to stay here? Nonsense, hurry up and go. Qin Feiyang kicked them, and the three brothers immediately ran off to get busy. At first, he really didn't understand what Yi Zhong meant. But with Qin Beishan's reminder, he thought about it carefully and realized that there was a hidden meaning in his words. His master said that the Black Tortoise world was not bad, which meant that he would stay in the Black Tortoise world in the future. This was something he had always longed for. So, how could he not be excited? His master staying in the Black Tortoise world not only meant that there would be another powerful master overseeing the place, there would also be other benefits. For example, management. Master had single-handedly created the Dragon God Palace, and in terms of management, he probably couldn't even compare to the Fire Lotus. There was also strategy. If the dragons had listened to Master in the past, they wouldn't have suffered such a loss. Take the matter of Princess Dragons pretending to be Lin Yi as an example. Master was against it at that time. But Princess Dragons and the others didn't listen. They all thought that he would be fooled. And the result? Not only did he fail to trick him, he even snatched the Sunset Divine Bow and the other heaven-defying divine artifacts. In other words, if Princess Dragons and the others were willing to listen to Master's advice, then this wouldn't have happened. So, Master staying in the Black Tortoise world would definitely be of great help to the future development of the Black Tortoise world. And with Master's help, Fire Lotus would be able to relax a little in the future. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yi Zhong and said with a smile, "Master, then I will have to trouble you to help me manage the Black Tortoise world in the future." Ugh! Yi Zhong was stunned and frowned. "I thought you were here to enjoy your old age. It turns out that you want me to be your coolie." "No, no. How would this disciple dare to let you be my coolie? It's just that when you are free, you can take care of it a little." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. "You brat." Yi Zhong shook his head, glanced around, and nodded, "All right, I can't stay idle anyway. And I heard that Fire Lotus used to be in charge. She is still so young and talented. She even comprehended the law of time. So, from now on, she can't waste her energy on these trivial matters." Yi Zhong added. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Actually, I also feel that I have let her down. She has been helping me all these years. So, you have to take good care of her and don't let her suffer." Yi Zhong said. "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled, then looked at old man Yi beside him and said with a smile, "Don't you like to drink tea? The tea garden is over there, you can have as much as you want in the future." "Okay." Old Master Yi chuckled. Cough cough. Yi Shua coughed and looked at Qin Feiyang, "What about me?" "You?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked at Yi Shua and asked curiously, "Aren't you a disciple of the Dragon God Palace? Why are you in the Black Tortoise world?" "Ugh!" Yi Shua was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "So, you should go to the Dragon God Palace." "Bastard!" Yi Shua kicked him angrily. Qin Feiyang quickly dodged to the side and smiled apologetically, Don't, it's just a joke. If I really chased you out, it would be strange if Master didn't skin me alive. So, you let me stay because of Grandpa, but in fact, you really want to chase me away?" Yi Shua said. "Did I?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yi Shua said angrily, "That's what you meant." No, how would I dare?" Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. Women were indeed creatures that couldn't be provoked. Yi Zhong and Yi Cheng looked at this scene, looked at each other, and couldn't help but shake their heads and smile. In fact, the happiest person was still Yi Cheng. In the past, he was very worried that one day the brothers would turn against each other, but now, that didn't exist. Then, the chief pavilion master looked at Yi Zhong and hesitated, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Arrange a place for me to stay too." Qin Feiyang was stunned, then looked at the chief pavilion master and said with a smile, "Is this a problem?" "No." Then, he raised his head to look at the three Black Panther brothers who were busy and said, "Prepare another courtyard. The location will be next to Master's courtyard, so that it'll be convenient for Master to monitor Supreme Cloud in the future." Yi Zhong heard this and scolded jokingly, "Can you be more serious?" Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, I'm just happy, I'm just joking. The chief pavilion master looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze and said, Are you really happy that I'm staying in the Black Tortoise world? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. The chief pavilion master fell silent. To be honest, she really hated Qin Feiyang. Because it was Qin Feiyang who made her lose everything. But this time, Qin Feiyang risked his life on Divine Dragon Island, which touched her deeply. At this moment, the smile on Qin Feiyang's face was incomparably sincere, as if he really treated her as a family member. So now, her heart was very complicated. She also wanted to be like Qin Feiyang, to let go of all grievances and be close to everyone like a family, but she couldn't do it at the moment. Qin Feiyang looked at the chief pavilion master and said with a smile, Don't be conflicted, you don't have a choice. From now on, you're my person in life and my ghost in death. Ah! Hearing this, Supreme Cloud was dumbfounded. Yi Zhong and the others were also speechless. These words were nothing to a man, but to a woman, it seemed a little strange. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly said, Don't misunderstand, what I mean is, alright, don't explain, this Supreme Pavilion Master has no interest in a little brat like you. Supreme Cloud rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled sheepishly. What seemed like a completely random statement had actually played a role in Supreme Cloud's mind. He no longer hated him so much. Instead, he felt that this kid was a little cute. Qin Badian said, Then, Feiyang, let's find a place to sit down and discuss some things. Qin Feiyang was stunned, then nodded and said, Just right, I have something to discuss with you guys as well. Under Qin Feiyang's lead, the few of them walked into the courtyard next to the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang took out a tea set and asked as he brewed tea, Did anything happen outside while I was at Divine Dragon Island? Qin Badian said, It's only been a little while outside, what could have happened? A little while? Qin Feiyang was stunned, then slapped his head and said with a smile, Look at my memory, Divine Dragon Island has a time array that lasts 500 years, and it's only been a little while. Qin Badian and the others shook their heads and chuckled. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Yi Zhong and Supreme Cloud, saying with a smile, Master, Supreme Cloud, come and sit as well. The two of them were about to go to the courtyard arranged by the three Black Panther brothers to take a look, but when they heard Qin Feiyang's voice, they walked in. Yi Shui wanted to follow them in. Yi Qing pulled her back and shook his head, saying, They must be discussing something important, don't join in the fun. What kind of important matter could a brat like him have? Yi Shui pouted. Although he's young, his ability has already far surpassed his peers. Even us, the older generation, are ashamed of our inferiority. Look carefully, Supreme Cloud, Qin Badian, the five of them, and your grandfather, they all treat him as their backbone. Yi Qing said with a smile. Yi Shui looked at the group of people sitting around the table, observing carefully, it seemed like what second grandpa said was true. Was this guy really that capable? In the courtyard. After Qin Feiyang brewed tea, he poured a cup for all seven of them. Qin Badian held the teacup, put it in his mouth, and said with a smile, This celestial dew is really something I can never get tired of. Lu Zhenyang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Feiyang, what did you want to talk about when you asked the Divine General to tell us to look for you when we're free? Let's talk about your business first. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Lu Zhenyang nodded, then looked at Qin Badian. Qin Badian put down the teacup, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and said, With your help, the dragon-slaying temple is finally unified. I have to thank you for this. It's what I should do. Besides, I also have to thank Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast for being reasonable. Qin Feiyang smiled. Don't flatter me. I'm not that benevolent. Supreme Cloud rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. If she hadn't fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands, would she have given up control of the dragon-slaying temple? Qin Feiyang smiled, looked at Qin Badian, and said, Please continue. Now that the dragon-slaying temple is truly unified and the dragons are sealed on Divine Dragon Island, this matter is not over yet. You've seen the attitude of Supreme Dragon and the other ancestral dragons in the Internal Sea. They will definitely fight to the death with us. And to start a full-scale war with the dragons, whether it's your people or those of the dragon-slaying temple, our strength is far from enough. So, I want to cooperate with you. Qin Badian said. Cooperate? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback, and said with a wry smile, Ancestor, if you need anything, just say the word. Isn't it too official to talk about cooperation? Chapter 2867. I don't agree. Yi Zhong shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong suspiciously. It's better to be clear about this matter. The Dragon Slayer Palace is the Dragon Slayer Palace, and you are you. Because the Dragon Slayer Palace is a force with countless people under it. There are too many things involved. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and said. But, Qin Feiyang frowned. I know that you are Qin Baishan's descendant. No matter what you do for him, it's only right. But kinship is kinship, and interests are interests. After all, Qin Badian is not the only one in the Dragon Slayer Palace. Yi Zhong said. Qin Badian smiled at Yi Zhong, then looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded. Your master is right. No matter what you do, you have to separate public and private matters. If that's the case, I'm still the young lord of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Then I'm also considered a member of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Feiyang said. But you didn't agree to it either. Qin Badian said with a smile. You didn't even tell me in advance, and you even gave me this task. I would have resisted it. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Qin Badian shook his head and laughed. Don't complain. Even if you want to join the Dragon Slayer Palace now, I won't agree. Why? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Aren't you afraid of trouble? If you really join the Dragon Slayer Palace, there will be a lot of things for you to deal with. And you have to be responsible for all the people under you. Are you willing to do this? Qin Badian asked. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He couldn't even manage the Black Tortoise world. How could he manage the Dragon Slayer Palace? Didn't they have nothing better to do? That's right. You're not even willing. Why should I let you enter the dragon-slaying palace? Your only mission now is to cultivate well and quickly step into the imperishable stage. Qin Badian said. And the power of laws. You must comprehend the power of law, especially the law of karma that you have grasped. Yi Zhong reminded him. What? Law of karma? Qin Badian and the other four were stunned. Then, they looked at Yi Zhong and Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. Qin Feiyang said, When I returned to Great Qin, I accidentally comprehended it. Accidentally comprehended? The five of them looked at each other. This carelessness was too much of a blow to him. Lu Zhenyang laughed bitterly, and said, The law of karma is one of the strongest laws of time. You must treasure it. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, then looked at Qin Badian and said, I suddenly thought of something, I have to report it to you. What is it? Qin Badian was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, When I returned this time, I removed the position of Marquis. Removed the position of Marquis? Why? Qin Badian was puzzled. After you left, these Marquis have become the cancer of Great Qin. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. So that's how it is. Qin Badian nodded and said with a smile, So be it. Anyway, they only have themselves to blame. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, They don't think so. They even used you to suppress me. Then it seems that these people are really hopeless. Qin Badian shook his head. If they really change, I can be lenient. But look, how long has it been since the incident with the state teacher? They are all starting to form factions again. If we don't punish them severely, Great Qin will probably be in chaos again soon. Qin Feiyang said. You did the right thing. If I was there, I would also support you. Qin Badian smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then tell me, how do we cooperate? Qin Badian said, I want to move the Dragon Slayer Palace to the Black Tortoise World. Move to the Black Tortoise World? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. I heard that the time formation of your Black Tortoise World is 1,000 years in a day, right? Qin Badian said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. So, let everyone cultivate in the Black Tortoise World, it will be faster. When everyone becomes stronger, their chances of defeating the dragons in the future will naturally be higher. Qin Badian smiled. Qin Feiyang heard this and smiled bitterly, that's what I wanted to say. Is that so? Qin Badian was surprised. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, the current Black Tortoise World is already very big. We can definitely vacate an area and make it the headquarters of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Badian said, in that case, we have the same idea. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Since it's a cooperation, your Dragon Slayer Palace must give us some benefits. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Badian and said. Of course. I've thought about it. In the future, we'll split the benefits of the treasure pavilion. Qin Badian said. Half each? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. However, Yi Zhong looked unhappy and said, Qin Badian, you're going too far. You're actually scheming against your own descendant. Scheming? Qin Badian was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also puzzled. How was this scheming? Since Supreme Cloud is here, let's have a good discussion. The treasure pavilion belongs to Supreme Cloud, right? Now that Supreme Cloud is following Qin Feiyang, the current owner of the treasure pavilion is naturally Qin Feiyang. In other words, all the benefits of the treasure pavilion belong to us. It has nothing to do with your Dragon Slayer Palace. But now, you're treating the treasure pavilion as the property of your Dragon Slayer Palace and even saying that we'll split it half. It feels like we're taking advantage of you. Tell me, isn't this scheming against us? Yi Zhong looked at Qin Badian and said. That's right. The treasure pavilion has always been my personal property. It has nothing to do with the Dragon Slayer Palace. Even if I'm following Qin Feiyang now, it's not up to your Dragon Slayer Palace to decide. Supreme Cloud said expressionlessly. This, Qin Badian was speechless. That, Supreme Cloud, you're the D-Zune of the Dragon Slayer Palace after all. Isn't it a little unreasonable to say that? Lu Zhenyang said helplessly. Then I'll withdraw from the Dragon Slayer Palace now. Supreme Cloud said. Ah. Lu Zhenyang was stunned, and his face was full of wry smiles. So, the benefits you're talking about are not valid at all. Moreover, if Supreme Cloud really withdraws from the Dragon Slayer Palace, the Treasure Pavilion has no obligation to continue providing resources to the Dragon Slayer Palace in the future. If the Dragon Slayer Palace wants resources, then give us something in exchange. Yi Zhong said. This, Qin Badian and the other four looked at each other. After listening to Yi Zhong's words, it seemed that they were not even qualified to cooperate. I told you that this matter can't be done according to the rules. We're all family. It's only right for us to help each other. Why make it so complicated? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Qin Badian smiled bitterly. Yi Zhong's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at Qin Badian and Qin Feiyang and said, this old man has a suggestion. What suggestion? The two looked at Yi Zhong suspiciously. The Dragon Slayer Palace can enter the Black Tortoise World, and we can continue to provide resources to the Dragon Slayer Palace. But the condition is that when the dragons are destroyed one day, the ruler of the ancient world must be Qin Feiyang. Yi Zhong said. Me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. When the dragons are destroyed, the ancient world will definitely need a new ruler. And this ruler must have both integrity and talent. So, This old man's suggestion is you. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and said. But Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. Yi Zhong waved his hand and interrupted Qin Feiyang. He looked at Qin Badian and said, what do you think of this old man's suggestion? Qin Badian smiled and said, of course I agree. After all, we have all seen Feiyang's ability. Then it's settled. Yi Zhong laughed. Yes. Qin Badian nodded. Hey, I'm the one involved. Can you ask for my opinion first? Qin Feiyang looked at the two helplessly. Just listen to me. Yi Zhong and Qin Badian spoke at the same time. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He said helplessly, okay, I'll listen. He was extremely depressed. They knew that he was not interested in this kind of thing at all, but they still forced him to do it. But there was no other way. One was his ancestor, and the other was his master. He had no right to speak at all. In addition, Yi Zhong looked at Qin Badian again and said, when your dragon-slaying palace enters the Black Tortoise world, you must restrain the people below and not disturb the order of the Black Tortoise world. Of course. Qin Badian nodded. You guys discuss it. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I'll go to the west, south, and east to take a look. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Originally, he was the one in charge, but now, he was like a spectator. However, this was quite good. With his master helping to deal with it, he didn't have to worry about it. Go! Qin Badian and Yi Zhong waved their hands. Cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said, aren't you guys going to ask me to stay? Why would we ask you to stay? The two looked at him suspiciously. Ah. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them in astonishment and said with a wry smile, well, I'm an extra. After that, Qin Feiyang got up and looked at Supreme Cloud, saying, why don't you come with me? I don't know the coordinates. Okay. Supreme Cloud nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the two of them immediately appeared beside Feng Daji. Young lord. Feng Daji got up and smiled. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I'll have to continue working hard for you. It's fine. Feng Daji waved his hand. Supreme Cloud glanced at Feng Daji, and his eyes flashed slightly. He then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I think you should get someone else to seal the internal sea. Someone else? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Feng Daji looked at Supreme Cloud with dissatisfaction and said, are you doubting my ability? No, don't misunderstand. The Chief Pavilion Master quickly waved his hand. Then why do you want to change people? Feng Daji frowned. I'm doing this for your own good. The Chief Pavilion Master said. For my own good? Feng Daji was even more puzzled. The Chief Pavilion Master looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Feng Daji, Hui, Fire Lotus, and Five-Clawed Golden Dragon are all your most trusted people, right? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. If he didn't trust them, why would he give them the heaven-defying artifacts? Supreme Cloud said, as far as I know, they are also the strongest people around you. Of course, there's also you, Master, and Li Chang. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned when he said this, and he asked suspiciously, wait, why didn't I see Li Chang just now? He left the ancient castle as soon as he entered the Black Tortoise world, saying that he wanted to take a look at it. Supreme Cloud said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Fire Lotus and the others are your most trusted people, and their strength is not weak, so they shouldn't waste their time here and these heaven-defying artifacts. Now, the Black Tortoise world has a 1 day and 1,000 years time array. This is such a good opportunity, let them go into seclusion to cultivate. This way, when we go to war with the dragons in the future, our chances of winning will be higher. Supreme Cloud said. Chapter 2868. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus and Huiyi's talents were obvious to all. Especially Fire Lotus, who had comprehended the law of time and had a bright future. Then there was the five-clawed golden dragon. Although it hadn't comprehended the law of time, it would definitely become an existence like the ancestral dragon because of its bloodline power. As for Feng Daji, although he didn't have an amazing performance, he was loyal to him. He was even willing to die for him. Because of this, he wouldn't mistreat Feng Daji. Then there were the heaven-defying divine artifacts like the Sunset Divine Bow. Although these divine artifacts weren't as good as the ancient castle, they had a chance to evolve after merging with the Xuanwu realm, but they still had room to grow. Once these divine artifacts grew up, they would be more terrifying than imperishable realm overlords. In short, people like Huo Yan, Sunset Divine Bow, and other heaven-defying divine artifacts would be his main support in the future. So, he had to improve their strength. But who could replace them to guard the inland sea? Because guarding the inland sea required not only extraordinary strength, but also heaven-defying divine artifacts. Only heaven-defying divine artifacts could deter the dragons. No one in the entire ancient world could take out so many heaven-defying divine artifacts at once, except for him. We can let the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace replace Fire Lotus and the others to guard the inland sea. Cloud Supreme seemed to have seen through Qin Feiyang's thoughts and said with a smile. The Dragon Slayer Palace? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The divine emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace are all at the imperishable realm and have heaven-defying divine artifacts. They can definitely deter the dragons. Cloud Supreme said. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded. That's a good idea. But does the Dragon Slayer Palace have so many heaven-defying divine artifacts? Cloud Supreme smiled and said, the Dragon Slayer Palace doesn't, but your two ancestors do. My two ancestors? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. They have a total of 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. 2 are in the hands of Qin Batian and 2 are in the hands of Lu Zhengyang. If they take out these 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, let the divine emperors take 1 each and guard the 4 directions. Although it's not as good as the current 8 godly artifacts, it's still enough to intimidate the dragons. Supreme Cloud said. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, do they really have 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts? Can I lie to you? Supreme Cloud was speechless. No. I'm just surprised. As far as I know, the only heaven-defying artifacts are the Broken Sword and the Fire Pearl. But I didn't expect that there would be 2 more. These 2 ancestors of mine sure have hidden themselves well. Qin Feiyang was speechless. They are old foxes to begin with. Take me and the Beast Emperor as an example. After spending so much time with them, we only found out later that Lu Zhengyang also has 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Supreme Cloud pouted. It's a little unexpected. Qin Feiyang smiled. Actually, if you think about it carefully, you won't be so surprised. Look, the Broken Sword was in the 9th Heaven Palace, right? The Fire Pearl was also in the Sea of Heavenly Dragons, right? Supreme Cloud said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Broken Sword was given to him by Hui Yi. He also saw the Fire Pearl when he fought with the Fire Dragon in the Sea of Heavenly Dragons. Think about it, this is the Divine Land, and his opponents are the dragons. If Qin Batian didn't have a certain level of confidence, would he have left these 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts in the northern region? Supreme Cloud said. That's true. Qin Feiyang thought carefully and nodded. Supreme Cloud said, so, the 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts in Lu Zhengyang's hands are his confidence. Qin Feiyang asked, what about you and the Beast Emperor? We don't have any. Supreme Cloud shook his head. That's not right. Look, the 9th Heaven Palace in the northern region and Tianyun Mountain in Dongling both have a heaven-defying divine artifact. As experts of your level, you and the Beast Emperor don't even have one. This doesn't seem right. Qin Feiyang frowned. What's wrong with this? The Beast Emperor and I were born and raised in the Divine Land. Our fates have been in the hands of the dragon clan since birth. Whenever a heaven-defying divine artifact is born in the divine land, it belongs to the dragons. It has nothing to do with us. You mean to rob? In the face of such powerful dragons, would we dare to rob? We wouldn't dare to even think about it. You're different. You're outsiders, and the heaven-defying divine artifacts were found in other places. Supreme Cloud shook his head, and there was an indescribable bitterness in his words. Qin Feiyang asked, "Is it because the dragons are too domineering that you have the thought of rebelling?" "I've never truly pledged allegiance to the dragons, so how could I have the thought of rebelling? I just can't stand their behavior, their self-righteous attitude. Don't think that I'm in charge of such a large treasury and seem to be doing well on the surface. In fact, I've been living like a dog all these years, listening to everything they say." Supreme Cloud snorted. "I know that. When I was in the northern region, I heard the head of the treasury say that even if they wanted to enter the divine land to report to you, they would have to get the dragon's permission first." Qin Feiyang said. "That's right. Why do you think they should do that? We humans are the leaders of all living things. What right do a bunch of animals have to boss us around?" Supreme Cloud sneered. "You can't say that. It's most reasonable for all things in the world to coexist peacefully." Qin Feiyang said. "If there's a choice, who wouldn't want to coexist peacefully? But would the dragons be willing? In their eyes, they're the masters, and they have the final say in everything. Tell me the truth. In terms of bloodline power, look at the venerable beast. As a divine beast, the fire Qilin, is its bloodline any worse than the divine dragons? No. But the dragons just look down on the venerable beast. They think that the venerable beast is not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as them." Supreme Cloud said. "In terms of bloodline power, the Qilin and the divine dragon are indeed on par." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You can understand, but they don't. Maybe they do, but they don't want to admit it. In short, with the way the dragons are behaving, it's only a matter of time before they're destroyed. Even if we don't do anything now, someone will definitely stand out to destroy them in the future. As for the Empyrean Palace and Heaven Cloud Mountain you mentioned, these forces actually have a very long heritage. Especially the Empyrean Palace, it's said to have been passed down from the previous era. So, it's not rare to have a heaven-defying divine artifact. It's just that they're not in China, and they usually keep a low profile, so they didn't attract the dragon's attention. Besides, the emperors are far away, and the dragons don't want to interfere so much." Supreme Cloud said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Now that you mention it, being born in the divine prefecture is quite a sad thing. It's sad to begin with. Although China is the sacred land of the ancient realm, it's still far from the northern region and the other 4 major regions. If I had to choose, I'd rather live in the 4 major regions. Although the resources of the 4 major regions are not as good as those of China, at least there's some freedom, and we don't have to face the dragons all day." Supreme Cloud said. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile. "So, we must dismantle the rule of the dragons and let the humans regain control of this land." Supreme Cloud clenched his fists. Qin Feiyang teased, "Unfortunately, you can no longer replace the venerable dragon and become the new empress of the ancient realm." "You're still making fun of me?" Supreme Cloud looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. "Isn't that what you're thinking?" Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly. "That's enough. Now that Yi Zhong and Qin Batian are supporting you, where am I?" Supreme Cloud pursed his lips, then said, "But speaking of which, do you really want to be the ruler of the ancient realm?" "I'm not interested at all." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then why don't you reject it directly?" Supreme Cloud was suspicious. "I do, but you've seen it yourself. What's the use of me rejecting it?" Qin Feiyang was helpless, then smiled and said, "But it doesn't matter. I already have a suitable candidate in mind. When the time comes, I'll just shove it to him and leave." "Who is it?" Supreme Cloud was curious. Keep it a secret first. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Supreme Cloud was helpless. Actually, I think that you're very suitable to be the ruler of the ancient realm. Feng Daji looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Although he wasn't present at the time, he had already guessed the general idea after hearing the conversation between Qin Feiyang and Supreme Cloud. Absolutely not. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said firmly. Feng Daji smiled bitterly. This young man was really different. The status and power that others dreamed of, and now that it was in front of him, he wasn't willing to accept it. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then looked at Supreme Cloud and nodded. Your suggestion is good. We'll let the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace guard the internal sea. Feng Daji said, Young lord, it doesn't matter. My talent isn't as good as everyone else's, not as good as who? Me? Or Supreme Cloud? Let me tell you, no matter what you do in life, you have to be confident. The imperishable realm isn't your final destination. The sovereign realm is your goal. Do you understand? Qin Feiyang said with a straight face. Sovereign realm? Feng Daji was stunned, and the bitter smile on his face deepened. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, Let me ask you, are you confident? Feng Daji cast a pleading look at Supreme Cloud. Supreme Cloud smiled at him encouragingly. Seeing this, Feng Daji made up his mind. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he nodded and said, I am. That's more like it. Qin Feiyang smiled in satisfaction. Looking at Supreme Cloud, he said, In that case, we don't have to go to the east, west, or south. Let's go to the treasure pavilion to see Shengguan Qiu and deal with some things. Anyway, the fire lotus, Hui, and the five-clawed golden dragon would be back. He didn't want to make another trip. Supreme Cloud asked, You want to deal with Ren Xiaolan and the steward? Yes. Ren Xiaolan disappointed me. I've taken good care of her, but how did she repay me? A cold glint flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Supreme Cloud said, But Ren Xiaolan and the steward are monitoring Shengguan Qiu because of me, is there a difference? No. If she is really a grateful person, she will maintain her stance even when facing you. Changing her stance so easily shows that she is not a trustworthy person. If such a person continues to stay in the treasure pavilion, she will become a source of trouble sooner or later. Qin Feiyang said. The chief pavilion master looked deeply at Qin Feiyang, then opened an altar. The two walked up one after another. Chapter 2869. Holy Dragon City. Due to the elimination of the dragons, the people of Holy Dragon City were in a state of panic. The people of the Dragon Slayer Palace, such as Jiang Dafei and Lei Bing, no longer had to hide their identities and stood out openly. Above the city lord's residence, Jiang Dafei stood against the wind and scanned the chaotic city below. There was a murderous aura between his brows. Whoosh! A man in armor rushed into the sky and said respectfully, reporting to the city lord, all the dragons in the city have been eliminated. This person was the great commander of the city lord's residence. He was a perfected Nine Heavens realm cultivator and was also Jiang Dafei's confidant. Very good. Jiang Dafei nodded, then looked outside the city and ordered, Take your men out of the city now and search everywhere. As long as you find the dragons, kill them without mercy. Yes. The great commander responded respectfully, then looked at the guards below and shouted, Follow me out of the city. Immediately. The group of guards then flew out of the city in a grandiose manner. Whoosh! Right at this moment, two figures descended in the sky above the city. Jiang Dafei looked up and a trace of joy appeared on his face. He ran up and said respectfully, This subordinate greets the young lord. Qin Feiyang nodded. Greetings, Supreme Cloud. Jiang Dafei bowed respectfully to Supreme Cloud again. Good. Supreme Cloud smiled faintly. Seeing that you guys have returned safely, I can finally be at ease. Jiang Dafei smiled. You know that I went to Divine Dragon Island? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The divine general said so. The divine general also heard it from the Qin emperor. However, they all ordered that the news of you entering Divine Dragon Island must be kept a secret. Jiang Dafei said. What about the divine general? Qin Feiyang asked. After killing the dragon's messenger, he went to other cities. You also know that there are more than 1,000 cities in the north region alone. 108 divine generals have to go to the east, west, south, and north respectively, so they are very busy now. Jiang Dafei said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, how is Holy Dragon City now? The remnants of the dragons have been uprooted. But according to my guess, there might be dragons hiding outside the city. Because you have sealed off the inner sea, they have no way of escaping back to the Divine Dragon Island. Therefore, if there are any more, they will definitely be hiding outside the city. So I sent people out of the city to search. Jiang Dafei said. Well done. Qin Feiyang patted Jiang Dafei's shoulder. It's all thanks to young lord's good leadership. Jiang Dafei scratched his head. Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing. But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned slightly. What is it? Jiang Dafei looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang slapped his head and said, I almost forgot about these people. Who? Jiang Dafei asked. Qin Feiyang said, Wu Baichuan, Wu Baisheng, Diantian. So it's them. Jiang Dafei nodded in realization. Although I have already killed them in the Nether King's Hell, they left their souls outside before entering the Nether King's Hell. These 3 people must be eliminated. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He turned to look at Supreme Cloud and asked, Can you find them? I have no contact with them. I have to ask Wang Ming about this. After all, Wu Baisheng is Wang Ming's disciple. Supreme Cloud shook his head. Qin Feiyang asked telepathically, Wang Ming, do you know where Wu Baisheng and the others are? Wang Ming hesitated and said, I have looked for them. They are hiding on Mount Qingyun in the east. You don't want me to kill them, do you? Qin Feiyang heard Wang Ming's hesitation and asked secretly. If possible, I would like to ask you to let them go. After all, Wu Baisheng is my disciple. Wang Ming said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said telepathically, Okay, for your sake, I will give them a chance. Wang Ming had risked his life to save him, so he had to give him face. Thank you. Wang Ming said gratefully. Qin Feiyang turned to Supreme Cloud and asked, Do you know where Mount Qingyun is? Yes. It is not far from the Dragon God Temple in the east. Supreme Cloud nodded. Okay. Go there now and bring Wu Baisheng and the others here, but test them. Jiang Dafei, you go too. Qin Feiyang whispered a few words in their ears. Understood. The 2 nodded, opened the altar, and quickly left. After watching the 2 leave, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and scanned the city below. At this moment, the people in the city were also looking at Qin Feiyang with deep fear in their eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and took a step forward, landing directly at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Brother Qin, long time no see. I really missed you. A chubby fatso immediately ran to Qin Feiyang with a smile. This person was the manager of the treasure pavilion. There were many people at the entrance, including the treasure pavilion guards and staff. Shangguan Qiu and Ren Xiaolan were also in the crowd. After such a big incident, they still had the mood to trade at the treasure pavilion. Therefore, there was not a single guest in the treasure pavilion now. Moreover, the people in the treasure pavilion had been paying attention to the situation in Holy Dragon City. Therefore, they also noticed the appearance of Qin Feiyang and Supreme Cloud immediately. Except for Shangguan Qiu, everyone else was puzzled. Especially the manager and Ren Xiaolan. Why would Qin Feiyang and the chief pavilion master be together? And it seemed that they were on good terms. But this was not right. Qin Feiyang had repeatedly caused havoc in the treasure pavilion, and the chief pavilion master had long been dissatisfied. No matter what, it was impossible for them to stand together and talk and laugh. This was because they did not know that Supreme Cloud had already submitted to Qin Feiyang, nor did they know what had happened at Divine Dragon Island. Therefore, in their opinion, the harmony between Qin Feiyang and Supreme Cloud was something unbelievable. You want me dead? You want me dead, don't you? Qin Feiyang looked at the manager and teased. The manager's face stiffened, and he quickly said, "What are you saying? I really miss you, brother." Qin Feiyang chuckled, walked to Shen Guanqiu, and said with a smile, "How was it?" "What do you mean how was it?" Shen Guanqiu was suspicious. "What else could it be? It must be whether they made things difficult for you." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "No, they didn't." Shen Guanqiu shook his head. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile, and said, "Take me to a quiet place." "Okay." Shen Guanqiu nodded, turned, and walked inside. Qin Feiyang looked at the manager, and then at Ren Xiaolan, and said with a smile, "You too, come with me." The manager and Ren Xiaolan looked at each other and quickly followed. "Manager, why do I feel that the atmosphere is a little strange?" Ren Xiaolan looked at Qin Feiyang's back and asked telepathically. "I also feel that something is not right." The manager muttered. On the third floor. In a secluded study. Qin Feiyang entered the room and sat by the tea table. The manager also sat next to Qin Feiyang, looked at Shen Guanqiu and Ren Xiaolan, and said, "Why are you standing there? Make some tea." "Okay." Both of them nodded. Shen Guanqiu was about to do it, but Ren Xiaolan ran to the tea table and washed the tea set. Shen Guanqiu saw this and could not help but shake his head with a smile. Then he stood aside and looked at Qin Feiyang silently. This man was getting more and more charming. "Brother Qin, when did you come back from the Nether King's hell?" The manager asked with a smile. "A few days ago." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The manager asked calmly, "What about you and the chief pavilion master?" "We met by chance." Qin Feiyang said. "Chance?" The manager was stunned. This was too much of a coincidence. Besides, even if they met by chance, would they be standing together and talking and laughing? "Young Master Qin, have some tea." Ren Xiaolan poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Feiyang. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang took the teacup and smiled. "Why are you being so polite with me? If it weren't for you, would I be where I am today?" Ren Xiaolan said. "So, you still remember?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "Look at what young master is saying. How can I forget about this? Besides, the elders have taught me to be a grateful person since I was young." Ren Xiaolan said. Knowing how to repay kindness, Qin Feiyang murmured and smiled. "There's nothing wrong with that." Ren Xiaolan smiled. Qin Feiyang looked up at Shen Guanqiu and frowned. "Are you sure you want to stay in the treasure pavilion?" "Of course." Shen Guanqiu nodded. "You should know that the Black Tortoise World's time array is 1,000 years in a day. With such a good opportunity in front of you, aren't you tempted?" Qin Feiyang said. "What? 1,000 years in a day?" Ren Xiaolan and the manager were shocked. Qin Feiyang ignored them and looked at Shen Guanqiu quietly. Shen Guanqiu pondered for a while and said, "If I want to go to the Black Tortoise World, I'll pester you all day. Are you okay with that?" "Ahem." Qin Feiyang coughed and said helplessly, "Besides that, there are many other things you can do." Shen Guanqiu said, "But other than pestering you, I'm not interested in anything else." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "I'm just kidding. To be honest, I'm not interested in cultivation. Maybe it's because I'm used to this life in the treasure pavilion." Shen Guanqiu said. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and nodded. "All right, I'll give you a chance to manage the treasure pavilion." "Manage the treasure pavilion?" Shen Guanqiu was stunned. Ren Xiaolan and the manager looked at each other. What did that mean? Let Shangguan Qiu manage the treasure pavilion. Dream on. Let's not talk about whether Shangguan Qiu has the ability to manage the treasure hall. This matter is not something that you, Qin Feiyang, can decide. The chief pavilion master had the final say. Who did he think he was? How dare he meddle in the internal affairs of the treasure pavilion? But they only dared to think about it in their hearts. Who did not know Qin Feiyang's methods? Offending him was akin to offending the Grim Reaper. What do you think? Qin Feiyang looked at Shangguan Qiu and asked with a smile. This. Shangguan Qiu hesitated and said, I'm afraid I'm not capable enough. Besides, my strength is not enough to convince the others. At least you know your place. The manager sneered secretly. It's okay. With me behind you, who dares to disobey? As for ability, it's all slowly trained. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Shangguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. With me behind you, who dares to disobey? This was too domineering. Chapter 2870. Shangguan Qiu was very touched and felt at ease. This man always gives me a sense of security. The steward could not help but say, Brother Qin, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to do this? What's inappropriate about it? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. After all, they are the people of the treasure pavilion. At this point, the steward seemed to be in a difficult position and did not continue. However, as long as one was not a fool, one would know that he was implying that an outsider like him had no right to interfere. Qin Feiyang looked at the steward and said, Are you trying to say that I am an outsider and have no right to interfere with the internal affairs of the treasure pavilion? Yes. The steward bit the bullet and nodded. What if I tell you that I am the owner of the treasure pavilion now? Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. What? The steward looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze, seriously wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. I said, if I am the owner of the treasure pavilion now, do I have the right? Qin Feiyang repeated. The steward was dumbfounded. This person really dares to say anything. The owner of the treasure pavilion? The chief pavilion master is still around. Do you think you have the right? The steward smiled and said, If you are the owner of the treasure pavilion, you definitely have the right, but, before he could finish, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, All right, it's decided then. Shangguan Qiu will be in charge of the treasure pavilion in the future. Hearing that, the steward suddenly stood up and glared at Qin Feiyang. Brother Qin, I respect you, but don't push your luck. Obviously, Qin Feiyang's repeated assertions of his own accord had completely infuriated him. Didn't you say that as long as I am the owner of the treasure pavilion, I have the right to make the decision? Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. I said that, but are you the owner of the treasure pavilion? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength. This is not the Dragon Slayer Palace or the Dragon God Palace. This is the treasure pavilion. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. The manager said angrily. Qin Feiyang held the teacup and tasted it leisurely. He smiled and said, Please continue. Looking at Qin Feiyang's attitude, the steward's anger suddenly became uncontrollable. He pointed at the door and shouted, You are not welcome here. Please leave. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang sipped his tea and said with a smile. Do you not understand human language? The steward slapped Qin Feiyang's hand, and the teacup in Qin Feiyang's hand suddenly fell and shattered into pieces. The tea splashed all over Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Get out. Immediately, right now. The manager roared. All right. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and said indifferently, Don't kneel and beg me to come in later. With that said, Qin Feiyang walked out of the study and went downstairs. He left the treasure pavilion and stood on the street. Listen to me. He is not allowed to step into the treasure pavilion. The steward followed him and shouted at the guards at the door. The four guards looked at each other. What was going on? Did you hear me clearly? The steward shouted angrily. Yes, yes, yes. The four guards nodded quickly. You like to stand there, right? Okay. I'm just here to see how long you can stand there. The steward sneered at Qin Feiyang and shouted, Give me a chair. A staff member immediately brought a chair over. Immediately. The steward sat arrogantly at the door and looked at Qin Feiyang coldly. Qin Feiyang did not say anything. He crossed his arms and looked at him indifferently. What's going on? However, the people on the street were all bewildered. When Qin Feiyang went in, they were still talking and laughing. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? Shen Guanqiu looked at Qin Feiyang and whispered, Steward, you. But before Shen Guanqiu could finish, the steward's face was filled with anger. He shouted, Don't forget who you are. You belong to the treasure pavilion, not him. If you dare to say another word, don't blame me for being rude and kicking you out of the treasure pavilion. You're still trying to take advantage of me? Shen Guanqiu raised his eyebrows and walked out of the treasure pavilion. He stood beside Qin Feiyang. Good, good, good. This is your own choice. From now on, you are no longer a member of the treasure pavilion. The steward saw this and laughed out of anger. Arrogant, continue to be arrogant. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Shen Guanqiu sneered in his heart. As for Ren Xiaolan, she stood beside the steward and did not say a word. At the same time. East, Mount Qingyun. It was located on the east side of the Dragon God Palace, about 100,000 miles away from the Dragon God Palace. It could be said that this was a very dangerous place because it was too close to the Dragon God Palace. However, sometimes, the more dangerous a place was, the safer it was. Swoosh! Suddenly, two figures descended in the sky above the mountain range. It was Supreme Cloud and Jiang Dafei. Supreme Cloud glanced at the mountain range and said, Do as Qin Feiyang instructed. Okay. Jiang Dafei nodded and swallowed an illusion pill, transforming into Qin Feiyang's appearance. Following closely, Jiang Dafei took a step forward and entered the sky above Mount Qingyun. Supreme Cloud did not follow. He landed on a mountain peak below and watched from afar. Boom! When Jiang Dafei entered the heart of the mountain range, he immediately released his divine sense and spread it in all directions. Soon, his eyes lit up. But at the same time, 3 streaks of cold sword light shot out from somewhere in the mountains below, heading straight for Jiang Dafei. Jiang Dafei's eyes flashed and he dodged 2 of the sword lights in a panic. However, the other sword light pierced through his qi. Puchi! A bloody hole appeared and blood gushed out. Ha! Immediately, 3 loud laughter rang out. Following closely, 3 figures flew out from the mountains below. Who else could it be but Wu Baisheng and the other 2? At this moment, each of them was holding a battle sword, which was a legendary level divine artifact. They looked at Jiang Dafei with a sneer on their faces. What do you want? Jiang Dafei glared at the 3 of them. The 3 of them were still in soul form. In other words, their physical bodies had yet to be reconstructed. What do you think we want? Wu Baichuan asked back. The 3 of them thought that the person in front of them was Qin Feiyang, but they didn't know that it was Jiang Dafei in disguise. You want to kill me? Jiang Dafei raised his eyebrows. That's right. The 3 of them nodded. Impudent. Now that even Wang Ming and Yang Li have submitted to me, you dare to touch me? Jiang Dafei shouted. What? Master has submitted to you? Wu Baisheng was surprised. That's right. I came to Mount Qingyun specifically to find you. Because I promised Wang Ming to give you a chance to follow me. Jiang Dafei said. Impossible. Wu Baisheng shook his head. If not for Wang Ming, how would I know that you guys are hiding in Mount Qingyun? Jiang Dafei said. Hearing that, the three of them exchanged glances. Brother, it seems that only Lord Wang Ming knows that we are hiding here. Wu Baichuan frowned. Wu Baixing pondered for a moment and looked at Jiang Dafei. Did Master really ask you to come? Yes. Jiang Dafei nodded. Where is Master now? Wu Baixing asked. Jiang Dafei frowned. As his disciple, you don't know where he is? When Master found us, he only said that he had something to deal with, but he didn't say where he was going. Wu Baixing said. I do have something to deal with, but it's very important and I can't tell you guys. Jiang Dafei shook his head. How do I know if what you said is true? Wu Baixing said in a deep voice. What do you want then? Jiang Dafei frowned. What do I want? Wu Baixing smiled malevolently. Even if what you said is true, so what? What do you mean? Jiang Dafei frowned even more. Ha! Wu Baixing laughed and said, now that your Sea of Qi is destroyed, of course I have to kill you. You, Jiang Dafei was furious. Don't use Master to pressure me. Even if Master submits to you, so what? He is him, and I am me. Besides, as long as I kill you, Master will regain his freedom. At that time, he will have to thank me. Wu Baixing laughed. When Duyuntian and Wu Baichuan heard this, a cold sneer appeared on their faces. You didn't expect this, did you? To think that you would fall into our hands one day. We'll let you run wild in hell. Go to hell. The three of them waved their battle swords and charged at Jiang Dafei. Are you really going to kill me? Jiang Dafei frowned. Do you think we're joking with you? Wu Baixing shouted. Sigh. Jiang Dafei shook his head and sighed. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Even if I kill you now, Emperor Ming can't blame young master. Hearing this, the three of them stopped in their tracks and looked at Jiang Dafei suspiciously. Jiang Dafei took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into his mouth. Soon, his appearance was restored. Why are you here? The three of them turned pale with fright. It's me. The young master sent me here to test you, said Yi Futian. Because young master promised Emperor Ming to give you a chance. Unfortunately, even if I told you everything, you still want to kill me. It's you who missed the chance. Jiang Dafei shook his head. Where is Qin Feiyang? The three of them were bewildered. Young master didn't come, but Lord Supreme Cloud did. Jiang Dafei said. Supreme Cloud. The three of them paled. Swoosh. In the next moment, Supreme Cloud appeared in front of Jiang Dafei, looking at the three of them and sighing. It wasn't easy for Wang Ming to give you this chance, why didn't you cherish it? The three of them were flustered. Supreme Cloud said, let's go, follow us to see Qin Feiyang. No. Lord Supreme Cloud, please give us a way out. Besides, isn't Qin Feiyang your enemy too? The three of them knelt in the void. Although they knew that Qin Feiyang had returned, they didn't know what happened on Divine Dragon Island. Because what happened on Divine Dragon Island hadn't spread yet. Therefore, they didn't know that Supreme Cloud had also submitted to Qin Feiyang. As for how they knew that Qin Feiyang had returned, it was actually very simple. When the five-clawed golden dragon robbed the Dragon God Temple, it caused a huge commotion. It was hard for them not to know. Therefore, when they knew that the five-clawed golden dragon had appeared, they already thought that Qin Feiyang had returned. Moreover, when Qin Feiyang killed Yizhong on Black Tortoise Mountain, many people saw it. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and naturally, it would spread to the east and reach their ears. Chapter 2871. Supreme Cloud was silent for a while, then looked at the three of them and said, this venerable one has also pledged allegiance to Qin Feiyang. What? The three of them trembled. Supreme Cloud had already pledged allegiance to Qin Feiyang? If that was the case, Jiang Dafei had not lied to them before. Wang Ming had indeed pledged allegiance to Qin Feiyang. To them, this was simply a nightmare. Supreme Cloud waved his hand and opened an altar. He stepped onto it and said to the three of them, "Let's go." The three of them were pale. There was no way out of this. But how could they escape when faced with Supreme Cloud? None at all. They did not know how strong Supreme Cloud was, but as members of the Dragon Slayer Palace, their fear of him was deeply ingrained. What should they do? Hurry up. Supreme Cloud raised an eyebrow. Wu Baixing shuddered and hurriedly pleaded, "My lord, please be kind and give us a way out. I've given you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. I can't help you now." Supreme Cloud shook his head. "Qin Feiyang isn't here anyway. You can tell him that we're very honest. Then he won't kill us, right?" Wu Baixing said anxiously. Yes, yes, yes. I beg you, Lord Supreme Cloud, and Jiang Dafei. No, 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 Big Brother Jiang, we really don't want to die. Can you give us another chance? We promise that we'll serve Qin Feiyang and the Dragon Slayer Palace wholeheartedly in the future. The three of them looked pitifully at Supreme Cloud and Jiang Dafei. The impatience on Supreme Cloud's face deepened. With a wave of his hand, the three of them fell uncontrollably onto the altar. Jiang Dafei shook his head, took a spirit sea pill, and flew onto the altar as well. Holy Dragon City. More and more people gathered on the street in front of the treasure pavilion. Everyone was puzzled. Although the steward of the treasure pavilion was snobbish, he knew his limits. The other party was the famous Qin Feiyang, an existence that even the dragons had to revere. Logically speaking, the manager of the treasure pavilion should not have done such a foolish thing. What was it that made the steward of the treasure pavilion so angry that he didn't hesitate to offend Qin Feiyang? However, no one at the scene introduced them. As the person involved, Qin Feiyang had been standing quietly in front of the door with his arms crossed. The manager of the treasure pavilion sat at the entrance, sneering at Qin Feiyang. Whoosh! Time passed by slowly. Suddenly, 5 figures descended above the treasure pavilion. Yes, City Lord. And the Chief Pavilion Lord. The crowd immediately became restless. That's right. They were none other than Jiang Dafei, Supreme Cloud, and Du Yuntian. However, the people of Holy Dragon City were unfamiliar with Du Yuntian and the other two. The manager of the treasure pavilion stood up immediately when he saw Supreme Cloud. What happened? Supreme Cloud asked suspiciously as he landed beside Qin Feiyang with 4 others. Qin Feiyang was about to speak. The steward of the treasure pavilion was a step ahead of him. He ran to Supreme Cloud and exclaimed, "Milord, you've finally returned. You don't know, this Qin Feiyang is really too arrogant." Supreme Cloud looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Let him speak." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Supreme Cloud looked at the manager and said, "Go on." As soon as he entered the treasure pavilion, he arrogantly announced that Shen Guanqiu would take over the treasure pavilion. He even said that he was the owner of the treasure pavilion. Tell me, how can I not be angry when faced with this? Who does he think he is? What right does he have to meddle in the affairs of the treasure pavilion? The manager of the treasure pavilion roared angrily. I see. Then Qin Feiyang is really too much. An outsider actually interfered with the internal personnel arrangement of the treasure pavilion. Don't you know how evil this person is? He even killed his master, Yi Zhong. What else won't he do? I used to think that he was pretty good, but now I see that he's even more domineering than the dragons. I don't know whether his rise is good or bad for the divine land. When the people on the street heard this, they immediately whispered to each other. What nonsense are you talking about? Senior Yi Zhong is not dead at all. Jiang Dafei said angrily. Not dead? So many people saw it that day. How dare you lie through your teeth? It seems that the people of the dragon-slaying palace are no different from the dragons. People snorted. Now, Jiang Dafei's true identity was no longer a secret. How dare you? Jiang Dafei was furious. Qin Feiyang said faintly, there's no need to explain so much to them. But what they said about you, Jiang Dafei felt very uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang had been working hard to destroy the dragons, but what about these people? They did nothing but make a fuss all day long. Let them say what they want. It's not like they'll lose anything anyway. Qin Feiyang smiled. Sigh. Only young lord has such a good temper. If it were anyone else, they would have killed them long ago. Jiang Dafei shook his head and sighed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. When Supreme Cloud heard this, he glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the steward and said, so you drove him out? Yes. This kind of person must not be tolerated. The steward nodded. Supreme Cloud smiled bitterly, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, I didn't expect this to happen. Neither did I, Qin Feiyang shrugged. Then why didn't you say so? Supreme Cloud asked. Qin Feiyang said, if I said it directly, would I have the chance to see this face? All right. Supreme Cloud nodded helplessly, looked at the steward and said, since you're the one who chased him out, then think of a way to invite him in. What? The steward was stunned. Ren Xiaolan was stunned as well. The people around also looked at Supreme Cloud in astonishment. Invite him in. What was going on? Supreme Cloud looked at the steward and said, I don't want to say it again. No, sir, this isn't right. He came to our treasure pavilion to cause trouble. Why do we have to invite him in? The steward was puzzled. Supreme Cloud said, because he is indeed the owner of the treasure pavilion now. The steward was dumbfounded. The people around who were ready to watch the show were also stunned. What was going on? When did Qin Feiyang become the owner of the treasure pavilion? I officially announce that from this moment on, everything in the treasure pavilion will be under the control of Qin Feiyang. Supreme Cloud said. When these words came out, the treasure pavilion's steward was thunderstruck. Now, he finally understood how serious a mistake he had made. Ren Xiaolan quivered and came back to her senses. She hurriedly ran to Qin Feiyang's side and said, young Master Qin, this is all the steward's fault. He was blind. Don't keep standing here, quickly come in and sit. Shangguan Qiu sneered. Why didn't you say anything before? Sister Shangguan, I wouldn't dare to say anything if the steward wasn't here. Ren Xiaolan sighed. Can you not be so hypocritical? It's disgusting to look at you. Shangguan Qiu's eyes were full of disgust. Ren Xiaolan was stunned and hurriedly asked, Sister Shangguan, what do you mean? Don't call me that so intimately. I'm not worthy of being your sister. Shangguan Qiu said. Ren Xiaolan panicked and hurriedly said, Sister Shangguan, don't you understand? Do you really think I don't know that you're trying to worm your way into being friends with me so that you can keep an eye on me? Shangguan Qiu shouted. Ren Xiaolan looked at Shangguan Qiu in shock. Shangguan Qiu said, are you surprised? How would I know? It's not like that, Ren Xiaolan waved her hands and looked at Qin Feiyang. Young Master Qin, let me explain, shut up. Qin Feiyang frowned. Ren Xiaolan was extremely flustered. Do you know? Not long ago, I really wanted to laugh when I heard you say, grateful and grateful. I want to ask, is there anyone as grateful and grateful as you? Qin Feiyang said. I was forced to do it, Ren Xiaolan said. I know, but so what? If you really were grateful and grateful, you could have told Shangguan Qiu secretly. But you didn't. Qin Feiyang shook his head in disappointment. Ren Xiaolan was completely flustered. And you, Qin Feiyang looked at the steward again and said, I've given you many chances. Why didn't you cherish them? I'm sorry, the steward looked at Qin Feiyang in panic. You want to be done with just an apology? Qin Feiyang said lightly. The steward's expression froze. He smiled obsequiously and said, then shall we go in first? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I'll kneel down in front of you. The steward knelt down in front of Qin Feiyang with a thud. What did I say in the study not long ago? Don't kneel down and beg me. You're kneeling down and begging me now. You're too spineless. Qin Feiyang said. Fuck off, you motherfucker, the steward cursed and smiled obsequiously. It's my fault. It's all my fault. You're a magnanimous person. Don't be so calculative with me. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at Shen Guanqiu and asked, am I that magnanimous? Obviously not. Shen Guanqiu held back his laughter and shook his head. That's right. I'm not a magnanimous person. Why shouldn't I be calculative with you? Qin Feiyang looked at the steward and said lightly. The steward was about to cry. Why did he offend this person in a moment of impulse? Even if the other party was rude and unreasonable, he shouldn't have fallen out with him on the spot. He regretted it. Ren Xiaolan stood aside, not daring to say a word. Her face was pale. She could feel that Qin Feiyang had the intention to kill her. Du Yuntian and the other two looked at Qin Feiyang. They were scared out of their wits. He was really a killer. Why was he in the divine land? Did he leave his divine soul outside before entering the hell of the Nether King like them? What made them feel the most desperate was that even Supreme Cloud had submitted to this person. Supreme Cloud was the pinnacle existence in the ancient world. Even such a big shot had submitted to Qin Feiyang. Who else in the ancient world would dare to go against Qin Feiyang? Other than the dragons, there was no one else. In other words, although Qin Feiyang was only at the peak of the ninth heaven realm, he was already standing at the pinnacle of the ancient world. Insignificant people like them were like ants in front of Qin Feiyang. Fear and despair surged uncontrollably and drowned them. Chapter 2872. Apart from the steward who kept pleading, the others were silent. If Qin Feiyang was really unreasonable, they could still stand up for the steward. But now, even the chief pavilion master had personally announced that Qin Feiyang would be in charge of the treasure pavilion from now on. What else could they say? In other words, Qin Feiyang was now the chief pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. The steward was just his subordinate. As a subordinate, offending the head of the household was something that could not be tolerated no matter where it was. Fine. On account of your hard work in the treasure pavilion all these years, I'll be lenient. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Thank you, sir. The steward was overjoyed. I hereby announce that you and Ren Xiaolan are officially expelled from the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, Ren Xiaolan froze. Thank you for your mercy, sir. However, the steward's face was filled with gratitude. Seeing this, Ren Xiaolan hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Sir, what are you doing? You've been expelled from the treasure pavilion, and you're thanking him? Huh? Expelled from the treasure pavilion? The steward was stunned. Obviously, he did not hear Qin Feiyang's words clearly. He hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, You're joking, right? Qin Feiyang said lightly, Do I look like I'm joking? No. Although I've offended you, it's not a big deal. Just punish me. Is there a need to expel me from the treasure pavilion? The steward said anxiously. This matter is indeed not a big deal, but your character is not suitable to continue staying in the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What's wrong with my character? The steward suppressed his anger and frowned. Qin Feiyang said, Do you want me to say it in public? Say it. The steward desperately suppressed his anger and growled. You're aggrieved. All right. I'll explain it to everyone. Qin Feiyang smirked coldly and turned to look at Supreme Cloud. I'm afraid even you don't know about this. What is it? Supreme Cloud was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, taking advantage of their position, taking bribes and bending the law, stuffing their own pockets. Supreme Cloud raised an eyebrow. When the steward heard this, his gaze trembled slightly. Qin Feiyang said, because of Ren Xiaolan's matter, I sent Hui Yi to meet him. Can you guess what Hui Yi discovered on him? The steward hurriedly said, please don't say it. I'm convinced, okay. I will leave the treasure pavilion immediately. If you want to leave now, you have to get my permission first. Supreme Cloud's eyes glinted coldly. The steward's eyes trembled as he looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. However, Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye to it. He looked at Supreme Cloud and said, Hui Yi found a wooden box on the steward's body. Inside it was his father's memorial tablet. Supreme Cloud said, I know this. He can be considered a filial person. Do you really think so? Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. What else? Supreme Cloud was suspicious. When Hui Yi saw the memorial tablet, he also thought that he was a filial person, but in fact, he was not. This memorial tablet was just a cover. Because there was a secret compartment hidden in the wooden box. In this secret compartment, there was a yin and yang ring. In the yin and yang ring, he hid the things he embezzled. Qin Feiyang said. As soon as these words came out, it caused a commotion. Using his father's memorial tablet to cover up the treasures he had embezzled? If it was true, then it was not just embezzling, but also treason. It was a humiliation to the undead of his father's generation. Even using the undead, this kind of person deserved to die. The steward hurriedly cried out, Lord, I'm innocent. There is no such thing. It's purely false, I can testify to this. The steward did take advantage of his position to embezzle a lot of treasures. Ren Xiaolan suddenly spoke. You. The steward glared at her angrily. In fact, I'm not the only one who knows. Many people in the treasure pavilion know it in their hearts, but because of the steward's identity, no one dares to say it. Ren Xiaolan looked at Supreme Cloud and said. I'll kill you. The steward roared and slapped out angrily. One had to know. The steward was a half-step invincible realm expert. The lethality of his full-strength slap could be imagined. Ren Xiaolan immediately screamed as her head burst open and her divine soul was annihilated. Killing out of anger. It seems that this matter is true. Everyone muttered. But Qin Feiyang had no sympathy for Ren Xiaolan's death. Because Ren Xiaolan reported the steward purely for her own sake. As the steward of the treasure pavilion, you should protect the interests of the treasure pavilion. But you took advantage of your position to embezzle treasures. This is disloyal to the treasure pavilion. And you betrayed the trust and cultivation of the chief pavilion master in you. As a child, you used your father's memorial tablet to cover up these treasures. This is unfilial. So disloyal and unfilial. May I ask if you are qualified to continue to stay in the treasure pavilion? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Hearing this, the steward's eyes flashed with a cold light as he turned and pounced on Qin Feiyang. You're courting death. Murderous intent flashed in Supreme Cloud's eyes as a terrifying aura suddenly emerged and imprisoned the steward. Let me go, I'm going to kill him. The steward roared, his eyes full of hatred. Isn't this what you asked me to say? Originally, if you were willing to leave directly, you could still save your life. I wouldn't have bothered to kill you. Unfortunately, you have to seek your own death. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I won't let you go even if I die and become a ghost. The steward roared. Become a ghost? Now, even if you want to become a ghost, you have to ask if I agree. Qin Feiyang said. The steward's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang turned to Supreme Cloud and said, destroy his soul. Supreme Cloud nodded. He took a step forward and slapped down. Ah! With a shrill scream, the steward's head exploded on the spot. Supreme Cloud then grabbed the steward's divine soul and clenched his fist, destroying it on the spot. Is this the strength of the chief pavilion lord? A half-step imperishable realm martial artist killed instantly. Terrifying, too terrifying. Everyone's heart trembled. That's not the point. Haven't you noticed that the chief pavilion lord seems to be obedient to Qin Feiyang? Obedient? Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. What's going on? Could it be that the chief pavilion lord has become Qin Feiyang's subordinate? Everyone was shocked. Qin Feiyang and Supreme Cloud paid no attention to these people's discussions. Qin Feiyang turned to Du Yuntian and the other two. We are willing to submit. The three of them trembled and knelt on the ground to beg. Did you pass the test? Qin Feiyang looked at Jiang Dafei and asked. No. Jiang Dafei shook his head. A trace of disappointment crept onto Qin Feiyang's face as he said to himself, Wang Ming, you can't blame me for this. As you wish. Wang Ming's voice rang out in Qin Feiyang's mind with a trace of disappointment. Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them and nodded at Jiang Dafei. Jiang Dafei understood and killed the three of them in an instant. What should be dealt with has been dealt with. You'll be in charge of the rest. Qin Feiyang looked at Supreme Cloud and said. Okay. Supreme Cloud nodded. Feiyang, let me out for a while. Right at this moment. Yi Zhong's voice suddenly rang out in Qin Feiyang's mind. Why are you coming out? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Don't worry about that. Yi Zhong said. Okay. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. With a thought, Yi Zhong appeared beside him. It's Chief Temple Master Yi. He's really not dead. With Yi Zhong's appearance, the place fell into chaos again. Yi Zhong took a step forward and stood in the air above with a smile. As you can see, I'm not dead. But many people saw Qin Feiyang kill you with their own eyes. Everyone was suspicious. That's just a show put on by Qin Feiyang and this old man. It's not convenient to talk about the details. In short, Feiyang is a very outstanding young man. He's also this old man's pride. Yi Zhong said. So you're here specifically to explain this matter. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Actually, there was no need for that. It was fine as long as he had a clear conscience. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment before they looked at Qin Feiyang. Sorry. I've wronged you. We shouldn't have blindly kicked up a fuss. Apologies like these rose and fell one after another. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. But why don't you explain? Aren't you afraid that we'll really treat you as a villain? Some people were puzzled. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, as long as I have a clear conscience. Hearing this, everyone suddenly fell silent. He didn't care about rumors as long as he had a clear conscience. Such a state of mind was really rare. In comparison, they were like a group of lunatics who scolded each other without figuring out anything. There's another important thing that this old man wants to announce. Yi Zhong said with a solemn face. What's the matter? Everyone looked at Yi Zhong suspiciously. The dragons have been sealed by us on Divine Dragon Island. The era of dragons' rule has come to an end. The current ancient world belongs to us humans. Yi Zhong roared in high spirits. What? Everyone looked at each other. I know it's hard for you to believe, but it's true. And the person who did all this is Qin Feiyang. His companions, Feng Daji, Fire Lotus, Huai, Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, and those heaven-defying artifacts are now guarding the inland sea. As long as they're here, the dragons can forget about stepping out of Divine Dragon Island and the inland sea. Yi Zhong shouted. Swish! Everyone once again looked at Qin Feiyang in unison. Is this true? Someone asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. The era of dragons' rule has really come to an end? Someone asked again. Yes. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ha, it's finally over. It's finally over. We can finally straighten our backs and be people. I've been dreaming of this day. I've really had enough of being bullied by the dragons all these years. Thank you, Qin Feiyang, this won't do. I have to tell my friends and let them be happy. Yes, Yes, yes. I'll also tell my friends and family. The sky of the ancient world has finally changed. Everyone was excited. Especially those who hated the dragons. They couldn't help but cry tears of joy. After so many years, they were finally free. Humans could finally live with dignity. Chapter 2873. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang flew to Yi Zhong's side and transmitted his voice, "Master, isn't it too early to announce it now?" Although the dragons were indeed sealed on Divine Dragon Island, they had not been eliminated. As long as they were truly eliminated, the dragon's rule would truly end. It's a little early. But there are benefits to doing this. At least it will give them hope. In the future, when we face the dragons again, everyone will truly unite. Yi Zhong thought to himself. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then nodded and said with a smile, "All right then." In this aspect, his master was more experienced than him. 2 days later. This matter spread throughout the entire divine land. All the cities, big and small, were discussing this matter. Really? Are you sure? Yes. This is what Yi Zhong, the Grand Hall Master, said himself. Grand Hall Master Yi Zhong. Isn't he one of the dragons? Why is he following Qin Feiyang now? Qin Feiyang is the young lord of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Could Yi Zhong be a spy sent by the Dragon Slayer Palace? Even if he is a spy, he is doing it for the good of mankind. We all misunderstood him in the past. Yes. We used to think that he joined the dragons for status and vanity. Only now do we know that he did it to destroy the dragons. If we see him in the future, we must be even more respectful. That's right. In order to destroy the dragons, he did not hesitate to bear the infamy for so long. Even his family did not dare to walk in front of others. So in the future, we can't just look at the surface of everything. Take Qin Feiyang for example. Did he really kill Yi Zhong? No. That was just a show to deceive the dragons. And the Grand Hall Master. How deep was his conflict with Qin Feiyang in the past? Even Qin Feiyang caused havoc in the treasure pavilion several times. But in reality, their relationship is better than anyone else's. In order to deal with the dragons, they have sacrificed too much. That's right. We can't let them fight alone anymore. In the future, when we face the dragons, we have to work together. True enough. The effect that Yi Zhong wanted was successfully achieved. Against the dragons, Qin Feiyang and the Dragon Slayer Palace alone were definitely not enough. He had to unite all the humans. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. As long as everyone was united, there was nothing they couldn't do. However, for Qin Feiyang, the happiest thing was that his master's reputation had improved. In the past, although no one dared to say it out loud, they were actually cursing Master in their hearts. But now, the divine land was full of praises and admiration for the Master. Although this wasn't the truth, no one would expose it. From now on, whether it was Master, Yi Cheng, Yi Shui, or Old Master Yi, they naturally didn't have to live in seclusion in the mountains and forests anymore. Regarding this big change, there was someone who was happier than Qin Feiyang. This person was Yi Cheng. After bearing the infamy for so many years, how could he not be happy now that he was finally free? Moreover, the reason why he followed Qin Feiyang back then was to wash away these infamy so that the descendants of the Yi family could walk out with dignity. Now, his wish was finally fulfilled. Early morning. In the sky above a mountain range. 2 figures were walking side by side. It was Qin Feiyang and Supreme Cloud. Where are we going? Qin Feiyang glanced down suspiciously. You'll know in a while. Supreme Cloud smiled faintly. Do you have to be so mysterious? Qin Feiyang was speechless. After these 2 days of getting along, the relationship between the two was more harmonious than before. Soon, villages of various sizes entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. In these villages, 1 or 2 mortals could be seen. That was incredible. One had to know. In a place like the Divine Land, mortals were almost impossible to find. Because the essence chi here was too rich, even if one did not have the talent for cultivation, he or she could barely step onto the path of cultivation. Unless one had no cultivation ability at all, he or she would be immortal for the rest of his or her life. In other words, the appearance of mortals meant that this was a very remote place. Another short while passed. A small valley appeared in Qin Feiyang's line of sight. In the valley, there was a simple wooden building, 2 stories high and extremely old. It was surrounded by weeds and jungles. Obviously, it had been abandoned for a long time. But at this moment, in front of the wooden building stood more than a dozen figures. There were men and women, old and young, and the aura they exuded was extremely powerful. Except for one young woman, almost all of them were in the half-step imperishable realm. Qin Feiyang looked at those people with a blank expression. How could there be so many supreme experts in such an ordinary place? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the young woman. Isn't this Shangguanqiu? She's here too. When the two landed in the valley, a group of people immediately came forward and said respectfully, "Greetings, Chief Pavilion Master." Yes. The Chief Pavilion Master nodded and pointed at Qin Feiyang next to him. He smiled and said, "I don't need to introduce this person." Of course not. Who doesn't know Qin Feiyang now? Hello, young Master Qin. One of the old men faintly smiled and cupped his hands towards Qin Feiyang. Hello, Elder. Qin Feiyang saluted back and then looked at Supreme Cloud suspiciously. They are the stewards of the treasure pavilions in the strongest cities in the Divine Land. For example, this old man is the steward of the treasure pavilion in Snow Dragon City. Supreme Cloud said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "You want to introduce them to me?" Of course. After all, you are the Chief Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion now. These people must be handed over to you to manage. Supreme Cloud said. I'm the Chief Pavilion Master. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. 2 days ago, didn't I announce in public that you are in charge of the Treasure Pavilion? Supreme Cloud said. No. You should manage it. I really can't do it. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. But, Supreme Cloud frowned. With my little ability, how can I have the confidence to manage such a big treasure pavilion? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. All right then. I'll take care of it for now. Supreme Cloud nodded. You're not taking care of it. You're still the Chief Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion. You'll still be in charge of all the affairs in the future. Of course, Qin Feiyang leaned over and whispered in Supreme Cloud's ear, you can focus on training Shangguanqiu. She's very interested in this, and her ability is also very good. Supreme Cloud glanced at Shangguanqiu and said telepathically, are you interested in her? Am I? Qin Feiyang was stunned. If not, will you take care of her so much? Supreme Cloud was suspicious. Cough. Qin Feiyang coughed and said inwardly, don't talk nonsense. She and I are pure friends. Pure. Supreme Cloud looked at Qin Feiyang in disdain. It's true. Qin Feiyang said. Who would believe that? Supreme Cloud sneered and said, even if you don't want to be the Chief Pavilion Master, you should at least know them. Let me introduce them to you one by one. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. After a round of introductions, Supreme Cloud looked at the group of stewards and said, you probably don't know about my situation yet, right? Everyone shook their heads. I'm one of the 4 Supreme Emperors of the Dragon Slayer Temple hiding in the dark. Supreme Cloud said. What? You're a Supreme Emperor of the Dragon Slayer Temple? Everyone was shocked. That's right. Supreme Cloud nodded. The group of people looked at each other. This news was too shocking. A middle-aged man said, in that case, we're also considered members of the Dragon Slayer Temple? No. You have nothing to do with the Dragon Slayer Temple. The person you'll be loyal to in the future is Qin Feiyang. Supreme Cloud said. Him. The group of people frowned. Yes. Because I'm also working for him now. Whoever disagrees will be killed without mercy. Supreme Cloud's eyes flashed coldly. The group of people was shocked. Even the chief pavilion master was working for Qin Feiyang. What was going on? You don't need to know the details. You just need to remember that Qin Feiyang's words are the imperial edict. Supreme Cloud said. Yes. The group of people looked at each other and replied respectfully. Supreme Cloud turned to Qin Feiyang and said, you can control them. That's a must. Qin Feiyang smiled and formed seals with both hands. Slave seals appeared one after another. Don't resist. Supreme Cloud glanced at the group of people. With Supreme Cloud, a supreme expert in the imperishable stage, who dared to act rashly. All of them obediently accepted the control of the slave seals. Supreme Cloud looked at the group of people and said, next, I'll officially announce that Shen Guanqiu will be the chief steward of the treasure pavilion from now on. Chief steward? When did the treasure pavilion have such a position? The group of people was suspicious. This is a new position that I've set. The so-called chief steward will be in charge of all of you. To put it simply, she'll be second only to me. Supreme Cloud said. Then we have to listen to her too. The old man asked. That's right. Not only you, but all the treasure pavilions in the entire ancient world have to listen to her. Supreme Cloud nodded. The old man frowned and said, but her strength and ability are not at that level yet. The others were also unconvinced. Strength and ability grow slowly. This is why I've called you here today. You have to assist her well and impart your experience to her. If there are no accidents, she'll be the next chief pavilion master. Supreme Cloud said. The group of people frowned deeply. They were basically senior figures in the treasure pavilion. Suddenly, a little girl came to be their superior. They definitely felt uncomfortable. What's wrong? You don't agree? Supreme Cloud raised his eyebrows. We don't dare. The group of people quickly lowered their heads. It seems that you're not convinced. Since that's the case, I'll announce that Shen Guanqiu will be my disciple from now on. Supreme Cloud then looked at Shen Guanqiu and asked, are you willing to be my disciple? Shen Guanqiu was caught off guard. He could not help but cast a pleading look at Qin Feiyang. Silly woman, Qin Feiyang muttered and said telepathically, of course you have to agree to such a good thing. Hurry up and acknowledge him as your master. But I already have a master. Shen Guanqiu said to himself. Isn't it good to have a few more masters? Besides, only then will these people sincerely help you. Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 2874. All right. Shen Guanqiu answered in his mind and knelt on the ground. After the ceremony, he said respectfully, greetings, master. Very good. Supreme Cloud nodded and smiled. He waved his hand and said, get up. Shen Guanqiu got up. Supreme Cloud looked at the group of stewards and asked, does anyone have any objections? They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. She had already become his disciple. Who dared to have any objections? Shen Guanqiu looked at the group of people and bowed. Seniors, please take care of me in the future. She was not arrogant or complacent because she had become Supreme Cloud's disciple. She was sincere and humble. I dare not take care of you. Let's learn from each other and help each other in the future. The elder smiled. Senior, you're too humble. I'm still inexperienced. There are still many things to learn from you in the future. Shen Guanqiu said. The elder chuckled. The group of stewards was quite satisfied with Shen Guanqiu's attitude. Perhaps, she was really a good young man. Is this arrangement okay? Revered Cloud withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. Very good. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. The road had been paved for Shengguanqiu. How far she could go in the future would depend on her own ability. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang asked telepathically, "Where is the dragon-slaying palace?" Supreme Cloud was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "Didn't your ancestors tell you?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Supreme Cloud said telepathically, "Do you want me to take you there?" "Sure." Qin Feiyang nodded. Supreme Cloud looked at Shengguanqiu and the group of stewards and said with a smile, "Qin Feiyang and I still have some matters to attend to. You can make your own arrangements." "Yes." The group of stewards nodded respectfully. "Girl, do your best." Supreme Cloud smiled encouragingly at Shengguanqiu. "Thank you, Master." "I will." Shengguanqiu nodded. Supreme Cloud waved his hand and an altar opened. He led Qin Feiyang onto it. Qin Feiyang looked at the small wooden building and thought to himself, "This can't be your residence, right?" "Exactly. It's just that I haven't been back for so long that weeds have grown out." Supreme Cloud smiled. "Ugh." Qin Feiyang was stunned, then he shook his head and laughed. No one would have thought that the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion would live in such a remote place. In the northwest of the Divine Land, in the depths of a mountain. In this mountain range, there were countless villages of various sizes, and the people who lived there were also the most ordinary people. Among the ferocious beasts in the mountains, the strongest was only a battled arch. A place like this was the most inconspicuous place in the Divine Land. Even if you passed by here, you would not take a second look at it. However, at this moment. Supreme Cloud had brought Qin Feiyang here. However, Supreme Cloud did not utter a word as he silently flew into the mountain with Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked confused. About a moment later, the first village came into Qin Feiyang's line of sight. There were about 10,000 households, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and it was quiet and elegant. Everything in the village was extremely simple, and he did not sense any powerful aura in the village. It looked like an ordinary village. It was then that Supreme Cloud came to a halt. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Supreme Cloud scanned the village and said with a smile, "This is the base of the dragon-slaying palace." "What?" Qin Feiyang looked at the village in shock. This was too unexpected. The dragon-slaying palace had such a small village. "You can't tell, right?" Supreme Cloud asked. "I really can't." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Actually, to be exact, this entire mountain is the base of the dragon-slaying palace." Supreme Cloud scanned the mountain in front of him. "The entire mountain?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said in surprise, "You mean, all the villages in this mountain belong to the dragon-slaying palace?" "That's right." Supreme Cloud nodded. Qin Feiyang was extremely incredulous. This mountain stretched as far as the eye could see. It was hard to imagine how many villages there were and how many people there were. There are more than 100 villages here. On average, each village has about 20,000 people. Supreme Cloud said. More than 1,000 villages, with 20,000 people in each village. Then, doesn't that mean there are more than 20 million people? Qin Feiyang was shocked. More or less. Supreme Cloud nodded. So many. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. It was really beyond his imagination. And the people here are hiding their cultivation base. Look at that woodcutter over there. Supreme Cloud pointed at a certain place in the mountain below. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a woodcutter holding a machete, chopping firewood with all his might. The woodcutter was wearing a pair of beast skin pants and his upper body was bare. He only had the cultivation base of a martial master and looked extremely ordinary. From the way he dressed and behaved, one would not think that he was a hidden expert. And there, Supreme Cloud pointed in another direction. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a young man in his 20s carrying a fierce beast and walking towards the village. In short, The scene presented here was the life of an ordinary person. The dragons are very powerful, so they have to use this method to hide their identities. Supreme Cloud said. Qin Feiyang nodded and frowned. The security here doesn't seem to be very good. Look, we've been in the mountain for so long, but no one has noticed us. Do you really think we haven't noticed? Suddenly, a laugh came from below. The woodcutter and the youth carrying the ferocious beast raised their heads to look at Qin Feiyang. Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned. Whoosh! The two men put down the fierce beast and machete and stepped in front of Qin Feiyang and Supreme Cloud. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Supreme Cloud and young Supreme Lord." Supreme Cloud nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at them suspiciously and asked, "When did you notice us?" "We noticed you and Supreme Cloud as soon as you entered the mountain. But we knew it was you, so we didn't say anything," the woodcutter said with a smile. "Young Supreme Lord, don't underestimate the security of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Around this mountain, even if a fly flies in, we'll know at once," the young man said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Supreme Cloud looked at the two and asked, "Where are Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang?" On the same day. After Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang discussed with Yizhong, they left the Black Tortoise realm and returned here. The two sovereigns are arranging for the transfer, the woodcutter said. "It hasn't been arranged yet." Supreme Cloud frowned. "It's very simple to transfer. After all, this mountain is formed by a spatial divine item. It can be moved with a thought. But we have many members outside at the moment. We have to wait for them to receive the news and rush back before we can transfer," the woodcutter said. "I see." Supreme Cloud nodded. "What did you say?" "This mountain is a spatial divine item." Qin Feiyang looked at the woodcutter in surprise. "That's right. This mountain is not only a spatial divine item, but also a heaven-defying divine item. It's called Myriad Phoenix Mountain. The owner of Myriad Phoenix Mountain is Lord Sunlight Emperor," the woodcutter said. "And it's a heaven-defying divine item." Qin Feiyang glanced at the mountains and rivers below with an extremely astonished expression. No wonder these people were so confident that they could discover a fly right away. It was because divine items had their own spirits. Just like the ancient city of the Nether King in the Nether King's Hell, once you entered the ancient city, your whereabouts would be exposed. Unless you activated the concealment technique in advance, you wouldn't touch anything. The concealment technique might not work in Myriad Phoenix Mountain, because the ancient city of the Nether King was only a supreme divine item. And this Myriad Phoenix Mountain was a heaven-defying divine item. A heaven-defying divine item's spirit would definitely be more powerful than a supreme divine item's spirit. Even if he activated the concealment technique, he might still be discovered by the spirit of Myriad Phoenix Mountain. "Young Supreme Lord, since you're here, why don't you come to the village and have a seat? Everyone has admired you for a long time," the woodcutter said with a smile. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "There's still a long way to go. I'll visit everyone in the future. I'll go look for the two ancestors first. I have something to discuss with them." There was a hint of disappointment in the woodcutter's eyes. He nodded with a smile and said, "That's true. Anyway, we'll be transferred to the Black Tortoise world soon. There's no hurry." Qin Feiyang looked at Supreme Cloud and asked, "Where are the ancestors?" "They're in the central region, of course." Supreme Cloud waved his hand and led Qin Feiyang into the depths of the region. On the way, many people noticed Qin Feiyang and Supreme Cloud. But seeing the two of them in a hurry, they didn't disturb them. A moment later, Supreme Cloud stopped above a village with Qin Feiyang. There were more than 10,000 people in this village. It was no different from other villages. But here, Qin Feiyang sensed several familiar auras. They were Qin Badian, Lu Xingyang, the Mermaid Emperor, the Black-Winged Emperor, and the White-Winged Emperor. There. Supreme Cloud pointed at a small wooden building in the village. Qin Feiyang looked down. The small wooden building was 2 stories high, without any fancy decorations. It looked very simple. In front of the wooden building was a small courtyard with some vegetables. At this moment, Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang were sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, looking up at him and Supreme Cloud. Qin Feiyang smiled and took a step forward, landing in the courtyard. "Why are you here?" Qin Badian got up and asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang said, "I was curious, so I asked Supreme Cloud to bring me here." "Are you disappointed?" Qin Badian asked. "I'm not disappointed, but I'm surprised," Qin Feiyang said. Qin Badian smiled, turned to look at Supreme Cloud, and said, "I thought you wouldn't come to the dragon-slaying palace anymore." "If Qin Feiyang didn't want to come, would I come to this damned place?" Supreme Cloud snorted. Qin Badian smiled bitterly and said, "You don't have to be so cold. Although you followed Feiyang, you're still a supreme of the dragon-slaying palace." "I said I'm leaving the dragon-slaying palace," Supreme Cloud said. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. Why was this woman still as difficult to get along with as before? Where are the Mermaid Emperor and the others? Qin Feiyang looked around and asked suspiciously. "They've all gone out to help. After all, the divine land is so big. It's not easy to get rid of all the dragons," Qin Badian said. "When will they come back?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I'm not sure." Qin Badian shook his head, then pointed to the stone table next to him and said, "Let's sit down and talk." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. The 4 of them sat around the table, and the teapot on the table emitted a faint fragrance of tea. Chapter 2875. Qin Badian poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the teacup and tasted it. Looking at Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang, he said, "I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Both of them looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "I want to send Fire Lotus and the others to cultivate in seclusion." Given Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang's intelligence, as long as they heard his words, they would be able to understand his intentions. Qin Badian was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, "You mean, you want us to send people to guard the inland sea?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Badian was a little hesitant. Qin Feiyang was the one who sealed off the dragons. "Are you not willing to go?" Supreme Cloud frowned. "How am I not willing?" Qin Badian shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You know how strong the dragons are. I'm worried that the strength of the Dragon Slayer Temple is not enough." Supreme Cloud said, "Can't you just take your heaven-defying divine weapons?" Qin Badian said, "There's no problem with heaven-defying divine weapons, but we only have 4 of them. Guarding the 4 directions is just right." Supreme Cloud said. "Just right, but I feel that it's a little difficult," Qin Badian said worriedly. "That won't happen. Although the dragons have sovereign divine weapons, no one can control them. As for heaven-defying divine weapons, the princes of the dragons still have one. But it's difficult for one to compete with 4 heaven-defying divine weapons. I believe that the dragons won't choose to fight back before Long Zun breaks through. We'll talk about it later. When the time comes, we'll choose to cultivate in seclusion on the coast of the inland sea. If there's any movement, we'll know immediately and can immediately come out from the Black Tortoise domain to provide support," Qin Feiyang said. Qin Badian smiled and said, "Since you have already considered it, then fine, I will send 4 deity emperors to guard the internal sea." "For divine emperors," Qin Feiyang murmured, "there are 8 deity emperors in the dragon-slaying palace, right?" "Yes." Qin Badian nodded. "I remember Venerable Beast and the others said that the 8 divine emperors will follow the 4 venerable sovereigns. In other words, each of you has 2 god kings under you. Wang Ming, Yang Li, follow me from now on. Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, and White-Winged Emperor, needless to say, they are definitely your people." "What about the other 3? Qin Feiyang asked. "The other 3 are the Sword Emperor, the Rain Emperor, and the Ice Emperor. The Sword Emperor is one of us. He can definitely be trusted. As for the Rain Emperor and the Ice Emperor, they belong to revered Cloud and revered Beast. Qin Badian said. Then what about the Rain Emperor and Ice Emperor's current positions and attitudes? Qin Feiyang asked. They are all smart people. They know that revered Cloud and Beast have submitted to you, so their positions and attitudes will change accordingly. Qin Badian smiled. That's good. But I think it's better to control them in case of any accidents. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Badian smiled. They are revered Cloud and Beast's people. If you want to control them, you have to ask revered Cloud and Beast first. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at revered Cloud. Why are you looking at me? Do I dare to say no now? Revered Cloud pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, if you can promise me that they won't cause any trouble behind my back, I will not control them. I can't guarantee that. After all, you may know a person's face but not his heart. Only they know what they are thinking. Revered Cloud said. Qin Feiyang smiled. In that case, you really have to control them. Up to you. Revered Cloud said indifferently. Actually, we don't have any objections to letting these divine emperors guard the inland sea, but I think they might have some objections. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. What objections can they have? Qin Feiyang was curious. After all, they know that they are about to go to the Black Tortoise world. The Black Tortoise world now has a 1 day and 1,000 years time array. Think about it, who doesn't want to stay in the Black Tortoise world and cultivate? Lu Zhengyang shook his head. But I am the master of the Black Tortoise world. Everything is decided by me. Would they dare to have any objections? Qin Feiyang said proudly. Ha, kid, you are getting more and more domineering. Lu Zhengyang laughed. In short, if they are obedient, I won't mistreat them. But if they dare to go against me, let alone enter the Black Tortoise world, they won't even get a soul stone. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zhengyang shook his head and said with a smile, okay, do as you see fit. We will talk about this when the time comes. If no one is willing to go, I will go. Qin Badian said. How would I dare to let you go? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Not to mention the ancestor's seniority, with the ancestor's strength and status, he couldn't do such a small thing. Can't I volunteer? Qin Badian glared at Qin Feiyang and asked, this is your first time in the Dragon Slayer Palace. Shall I show you around? Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Next, Qin Feiyang stayed in the Dragon Slayer Palace for the time being. A few days later, his footprints were almost all over the Thousand Phoenix Mountain. He slowly became familiar with the people in the various villages. It had to be said. The overall strength of the Dragon Slayer Palace was quite terrifying. 4 emperors, 8 divine emperors, 108 generals. These were all imperishable realm experts. Half of the 9 heavens realm experts were in the Dragon Slayer Palace. There were about 20 million people in the Dragon Slayer Palace. In other words, 10 million people were in the 9 heavens realm. In addition, there were more than 300 half-imperishable realm experts. This lineup was quite terrifying. The current Black Tortoise realm couldn't compare at all. Half a month later, in the morning. Boom! Hundreds of terrifying auras entered the Thousand Phoenix Mountain. Qin Feiyang, Qin Badian, Lu Zhengyang, and Supreme Cloud were sitting around the stone table and eating breakfast. Sensing these auras, Qin Badian looked up and said with a smile, they are back. Qin Feiyang put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked up as well. More than 100 people were flying over in a grandiose manner. The 6 people in the lead were the 6 divine emperors. The Mermaid Emperor, Black Wing Emperor, White Wing Emperor. Qin Feiyang was familiar with them. The other 3 were a man and 2 women. The man was middle-aged and about 1.75 meters tall. His appearance wasn't very outstanding. He had strands of white hair at his temples and was full of vicissitudes of life. But the most eye-catching thing was the broadsword he was carrying on his back. The broadsword was completely black, with a length of 1.5 meters and a width of 2 adult palms. On the surface, the broadsword was dim and didn't have any sharpness, but it contained a terrifying sword intent. He is the Sword Emperor. Qin Badian smiled. Qin Feiyang didn't understand. Does the Sword Emperor have to carry a sword? Qin Badian paused and shook his head with a smile. This is just his habit. Qin Feiyang looked at the two women next to the Sword Emperor. Both of them were in their 20s. Their skin was smooth and white, and their appearances were outstanding. One of them was wearing a snow-white long dress. She was like a snow fairy, untainted by the dust of the world. The other person was wearing a light green dress and had an elegant and quiet temperament. These two were the Rain Emperor and the Ice Emperor. Looking behind the deity emperors, there were exactly 108 people. They were the 108 generals of the dragon-slaying palace. There were men and women, old and young, but without exception, they were all wearing black armor. The men were majestic, and the women were valiant. Qin Feiyang. Supreme Cloud. When the group of people approached the village and saw Qin Feiyang and Supreme Cloud in the courtyard, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then, the group of people landed outside the courtyard and bowed. Emperor Qin, Emperor Yang, and Supreme Cloud. Qin Badian nodded and asked, "Is it all over?" "Yes. All the remaining forces have been eliminated. Now, except for the Divine Dragon Island, the entire Divine Prefecture is under the control of the Dragon-slaying Palace." The Sword Emperor replied respectfully. Just like his name, his words carried an oppressive sharpness. "Very good." Qin Badian nodded and smiled. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and said, "I don't need to introduce him." Everyone immediately looked at Qin Feiyang, their eyes shining. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. "Seniors, you are all very famous. I hope you can take care of me in the future." "So humble." "Young lord, this doesn't suit your character," one of the black-armored men teased. This voice, Qin Feiyang looked at the voice and saw the black-armored man smiling at him. "It's you." Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile. That's right. This man was the Divine General of the North. They had met many times. Although they basically met through the image crystal, they were already familiar with each other. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Xia Yuan. I've just reached the Eternal Realm, and I'm one of the 108 generals of the Dragon-slaying Palace. The black-armored man stepped forward and said respectfully. "Xia Yuan," Qin Feiyang murmured. He shook his head and smiled. "We've known each other for so long, but I only know your real name now. It's not easy. It wasn't convenient for me to tell you before." The black-armored man smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Qin Badian pointed at the Sword Emperor and said, "Feiyang, the Sword Emperor has already introduced you. There's no need to introduce him again. Greetings, Senior Sword Emperor." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. "Greetings, young lord." The Sword Emperor showed a very stiff smile. He seemed to be a person who didn't like to smile. Qin Badian pointed at the woman in the white dress and said with a smile, "This is the Ice Emperor." "Greetings, Senior Ice Emperor." Qin Feiyang bowed. The Ice Emperor was also like her name. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and she had long snow-white hair. She also emitted a cold aura. "Yes." The Ice Emperor nodded. Even her expression was very cold. "This is the Rain Emperor." Qin Badian pointed at the woman in green. "Greetings, Senior Rain Emperor." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands again. "He. You, Qin Feiyang, are now more famous than us divine emperors. So, I really don't dare to be called senior. I only hope that in the future, you can take care of small characters like us." The Rain Emperor didn't seem so cold, but there were thorns in his words. It seemed that he wasn't easy to get along with. "You're too kind." Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hands. "As for the 108 divine generals, I won't introduce them one by one. In the future, when you get to know each other, you'll naturally get to know each other." Qin Badian smiled. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. The Sword Emperor asked, "Emperor Qin, when are we moving?" Qin Badian thought for a while and said, "Almost everyone is back. It's time to move. Let's do it now." Immediately. The eyes of the group were filled with anticipation. What kind of place was the Black Tortoise Realm? Chapter 2876. Wiz. Lu Zhenyang, Qin Feiyang, Supreme Cloud, and Qin Feiyang soared into the sky. Following closely. Lu Zhenyang waved his hand, and the entire mountain began to tremble. In the next moment, myriad Phoenix Mountain rose from the ground and then continued to shrink. Not long later, the mountain that stretched as far as the eye could see became a small mountain the size of a palm, floating in front of Lu Zhenyang. The people of the village, the Divine Emperor, and the Divine Generals were all inside the myriad Phoenix Mountain. "It really is a spatial divine object," Qin Feiyang muttered. "Let's go." Qin Badian looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and immediately brought the three of them and Wan Fengshan into the Black Tortoise Realm. But in the medicine field, he did not see Yizhong. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes, his perception extended infinitely, and soon found Yizhong. Shua. Immediately after. He then brought Qin Badian and the other two and Wan Fengshan to a desolate mountain range. This place was lush with vegetation and sparsely populated. There were quite a few fierce beasts in the mountains, but their cultivation was very ordinary. They were basically all below the War Master level. Yizhong stood on top of a mountain, scanning his surroundings. No one knew what he was thinking. "Master." Qin Feiyang landed on the mountain peak. Yizhong came back to his senses, looked at the four of them and smiled. "You're here." "Qin Feiyang nodded. Yizhong asked suspiciously, "Why is it only the few of you? Where are the people from the dragon-slaying palace?" "They're all here." Lu Zhenyang pointed at Wan Fengshan and laughed. Yizhong looked at Wan Fengshan, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. It was actually a heaven-defying divine artifact. Qin Feiyang asked, "Master, how are the arrangements?" "This old man has made some adjustments to the Black Tortoise Realm," Yizhong said. "What adjustments?" Qin Feiyang was curious. With this time array of 1,000 years, the Black Tortoise Realm is growing rapidly every day. The current Black Tortoise Realm has already exceeded the geographical range of the north. In the past, the Fire Lotus divided the Black Tortoise world into 5 plates. They are respectively the Northern Region, Western Region, Southern Region, Eastern Region, and the Devil's Land. Now, I've added another plate. Central Continent. Yizhong said. Central Continent? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. That's right. We are currently in the Central Region. The Central Province is located next to the Devil's Land. The two places are adjacent. As for the people who originally lived in Zhongzhou, with the help of Pai Lupi and Theta Wang, they have moved to the Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern regions. In other words, right now, there are no humans in the Central Region other than the ferocious beasts. Yizhong said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Is this a place that you specially made for the Dragon Slayer Palace?" Yes. After all, there are so many people in the Dragon Slayer Palace, and their cultivation levels are higher than the people of the Black Tortoise Realm. If they live together, it will definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. So, I've decided to separate the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace from the Black Tortoise Realm. In other words, the Central Region is now the territory of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Yizhong said. That works too. Qin Feiyang nodded. And, Yizhong looked at Qin Badian and Lu Zhenyang and said, the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace can only stay in the Central Region in the future. They are not allowed to go to the 4 major regions without permission. Yi Zhong added, of course, the 2 of you are an exception. You can go anywhere. Qin Badian said gratefully, thank you. We will restrain them. In short, the order of the Black Tortoise Realm cannot be messed up because of their arrival. If someone uses the fact that they are from the Dragon Slayer Palace to strut around and do whatever they want in the Black Tortoise Realm, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Zhong said. Qin Badian nodded. In addition, the resources of the Black Tortoise Realm were all allocated by the Fire Lotus Realm in the past. For example, the number of crystal veins and spirit veins in the western, southern, northern, and eastern regions is about the same. So, the Dragon Slayer Palace can't covet these spirit veins and crystal veins. Also, Pai Lupi and Theta Wang have contributed a lot to the Black Tortoise Realm over the years. They have been helping the Fire Lotus Realm conscientiously. They now rule the 4 major regions and can be considered the overlords of the Black Tortoise Realm. In the future, when the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace see them, you should be more polite. Yi Zhong smiled. Who are Pai Lupi and Theta Wang? Lu Zhenyang asked suspiciously. They used to be from the ancient realm. And at that time, they were only 2 divine emperors. Because of some reasons, when I brought them to the Black Tortoise Realm, I didn't kill them and let them stay in the Black Tortoise Realm. You don't say, they are quite capable. Slowly, they became the overlords of the Black Tortoise Realm. So much so that now, in the eyes of the Black Tortoise Realm, their words are more powerful than mine. Qin Feiyang smiled. Lu Zhenyang said in surprise, in that case, they can be considered to have obtained a good fortune. To them, yes. After all, the cultivation of a divine emperor is nothing in the ancient realm. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Zhenyang looked at Qin Badian and smiled. Look, this is a person's opportunity. As long as you meet a benefactor, it is not a dream to have a meteoric rise. Didn't we also meet a benefactor back then? That's why we have today's achievements. Qin Badian smiled slightly. What benefactor did you meet? Qin Feiyang was curious. The protectors of the Eastern Tomb, Northern Region, Western Desert, and Southern Wasteland. Qin Badian said. I seem to have heard of this before. When you escaped from the dragons, they were the ones who helped you? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. If it weren't for their help, I would have died in the hands of the dragons. Qin Badian shook his head. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, if there is a chance, I really want to meet them. It's difficult to meet them. They are all hidden in the secular world. When they don't make a move, they are just like ordinary people. You can't tell at all that they are terrifying experts. Qin Badian smiled. Wait. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and divine power emerged, condensing into a figure, and said, is he one of them? This figure was Lin Yi's master, the sloppy old man. Yes. He is the protector of the northern region. Qin Badian looked up and nodded immediately. Sure enough, it's him. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He had guessed so at the beginning, but no one could confirm it, so he couldn't be sure. He didn't expect it to be him. Lin Yi, this little girl, was really lucky. As soon as she entered the ancient world, she picked up such a powerful master. Now, he couldn't worry about Lin Yi's safety. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, when did you meet him? Obviously. He was no stranger to this old man. When Long Zun's clone came to the northern region, he was the one who saved me and Hui Yi. Qin Feiyang smiled. So that's how it is. No wonder princess dragons and black dragons disguised themselves as them to seduce you. Yi Zhong nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, what is this old man's cultivation? Great Perfection Undead Realm. And he almost broke through to the Great Perfection Undead Realm. Qin Badian said. So strong. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. No wonder even ancestral Gragon couldn't withstand a single blow in front of him. This ancient world was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang and said, "Well, the place has been vacated for you. You can arrange it yourselves." "Okay." Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang nodded. Lu Xingyang waved his hand, and countless people suddenly appeared in the void around them. These were the people in Myriad Phoenix Mountain. With more than 20 million people, this place instantly became a sea of people. This is the Black Tortoise Realm. Everyone looked around in surprise. This is the middle state of the Black Tortoise Realm, a place that Yi Zhong specially vacated for our dragon-slaying palace. In the future, this will be the headquarters of our dragon-slaying palace. Qin Badian said with a smile. Then, in the future, we don't have to hide like before, right? Someone asked. Of course. Qin Badian nodded. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Qin Badian waved his hand and said with a smile, "Go and build your own home." Okay. More than 20 million people immediately flew in all directions. Several divine emperors and 108 generals were also ready to leave. But at this moment, Qin Badian said, "You guys stay here first." More than 100 people looked at Qin Badian in confusion. After everyone has settled down, pass down the order that no one is allowed to step out of the middle state, and no one is allowed to disturb the order of the Black Tortoise Realm. If anyone dares to do so, kill them first and report later. Qin Badian said. Yes. The group of people nodded respectfully. Qin Badian looked at the divine emperors and said, "There's one more thing. I've discussed with Fei Yang, and we're going to let you replace Fire Lotus and the others to guard the internal sea. Who is willing to go?" The divine emperors suddenly hesitated. Before entering the Black Tortoise Realm, they had already planned to use the 1 day and 1,000 years time array to enter seclusion and break through to the next realm. But now, they were actually going to guard the internal sea. "Emperor Qin, they're guarding it well. Why do you want us to go? Moreover, we don't have any heaven-defying divine artifacts." The Rain Emperor frowned and said suspiciously. "It's easy to talk about heaven-defying divine artifacts. Our dragon-slaying palace has 4 of them. You can take them. As for letting you guard it, it's naturally to let Fire Lotus and the others come to the Black Tortoise Realm to cultivate in seclusion." Qin Badian did not hide anything and told the truth. The Ice Emperor raised his eyebrows and said, "Then we don't need to cultivate." "You need to cultivate, but don't Hui Yi and the others need to cultivate." Moreover, it was Qin Fei Yang and the others who contributed to the sealing of the dragons. Now that they're guarding the internal sea, it's naturally our turn. After all, our dragon-slaying palace is cooperating with Qin Fei Yang. We can't let them do everything, right? Qin Badian said. Although that's true, but, the Ice Emperor and Rain Emperor frowned, somewhat unwilling. "Emperor Qin, I'll go." The Sword Emperor glanced at the 2 of them, then stepped forward and said to Qin Badian. "Us too." The Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, and White-Winged Emperor also stepped forward. They were the most loyal subordinates of Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang, so they did not want to make things difficult for Qin Badian. Chapter 2877. Sword Emperor, Mermaid Emperor, Black-Wing Emperor, White-Wing Emperor, the number of people was just enough. "Are you sure?" Qin Badian looked at the 4 of them and asked. "N." The 4 of them nodded. Qin Badian smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you," but before he could finish, Qin Fei Yang said, "I don't agree." Sword Emperor, Mermaid Emperor and the other 2 looked at Qin Fei Yang suspiciously. Qin Fei Yang looked at Ice Emperor and Rain Emperor unkindly, and said, however. Before he could say anything, Qin Badian said, "Fei Yang, let them go." "Ancestor," Qin Fei Yang frowned. "There's no need to force them. We'll talk about it later. Sword Emperor and the others are the people I trust the most. Only by giving them the heaven-defying artifact can Xingyang and I truly be at ease." Qin Badian transmitted his voice. But, Qin Fei Yang still wanted to say something. "It's decided then. Qin Badian said secretly, and with a wave of his hand, the broken sword and fire bead appeared. Lu Zhenyang also waved his hand, and an ancient bronze mirror appeared. Isn't this the thieving heaven realm? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Lu Zhenyang nodded, looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, you don't know, right? This thieving heaven realm is also a heaven-defying artifact. Heaven-defying artifact? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Actually, even Mu Tianyang and Demon Ancestor don't know that the thieving heaven realm is a heaven-defying artifact. Lu Zhenyang laughed. Then you've hidden it well. Qin Feiyang was stunned. I didn't mean to hide it from them, I just didn't want them to feel uncomfortable. After all, back then, the four of us each obtained a divine object. Lu Zhenyang said. Qin Feiyang said, what they obtained wasn't bad either. 3,000 incarnations, space-time gates, all of which are comparable to heaven-defying divine items. Although that's true, it's still not your true heaven-defying divine item. Moreover, our relationship at that time was pretty good. There was no need for us to be estranged because of this. Lu Zhenyang smiled. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and chuckled, then when will you lend me this thieving heaven realm to play with? You brat, you already have so many heaven-defying divine weapons, and you still want my thieving heaven realm? Lu Zhenyang was speechless. Who would complain about having too many heaven-defying divine artifacts? Qin Feiyang scratched his head and asked, then what about Lu family's thieving heaven realm? It's obviously an imitation. Lu Zhenyang said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Zhenyang waved his hand, and the thieving heaven realm and Wan Fengshan flew in front of the Mermaid Emperor and the other three, and said, for heaven-defying divine artifacts, one for each of you. You must guard the inner sea well. Yes. The four of them nodded respectfully, and each of them took a heaven-defying divine artifact. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor and Rain Emperor couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. They were afraid that Qin Badian would force them to go. Because their relationship with Qin Badian couldn't be compared to Qin Baishan's relationship with the Mermaid Emperor and the other three. Even before, they were enemies. But suddenly, their bodies and minds tensed up. Because they suddenly felt a cold gaze on them. The two of them looked over and found that the owner of this gaze was Qin Feiyang. The two of them suddenly became nervous. Could it be that their previous actions made Qin Feiyang unhappy? If they were chased out of the Black Tortoise world, wouldn't they have liked him for nothing? You really annoy me, do you know that? As the Divine Emperor of the Dragon Slayer Palace, you only think about your own interests and don't think about others at all. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Hearing this, the two of them couldn't help but panic. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, I won't pursue this matter this time, but next time, when you encounter such a thing, you'd better think about whose Black Tortoise world this is. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. But then, their hearts were in their mouths again. Because they saw that Qin Feiyang had evolved 2 slavery seals. What are you doing? The Rain Emperor was surprised. Do you still need to ask? Qin Feiyang said lightly. You can't do this. The two of them glared at Qin Feiyang. Even Supreme Yun and Supreme Beast are willing to be controlled by me, let alone the two of you. Do you think that you're more powerful than Supreme Yun and Supreme Beast? Qin Feiyang said. Supreme Yun was secretly dissatisfied. Since when was this sovereign willing to be controlled? Hee hee. Qin Feiyang chuckled inwardly. Looking at the Rain Emperor and the Ice Emperor, he said, either you accept my control or die here. It's your choice. The two of them trembled and immediately looked at Supreme Yun for help. Supreme Yun averted his gaze and looked elsewhere. Qin Badian, Lu Zhenyang, and Yi Zhong were also silent. If they really had to say something, the three of them would definitely support Qin Feiyang. Especially Yi Zhong. He was a very decisive person. Since he had already left the dragons, he would do his best to help this disciple. Therefore, people like this with hidden dangers must be eliminated at the first possible moment. Qin Feiyang said lightly, I believe that if I want to kill you, no one here will stop me. The Ice Emperor was instantly furious and said, then I choose to leave the Black Tortoise world. You don't have such a choice. Either submit or die. Don't think that I can't bear to kill you just because you have some strength. With the resources I have now, it's too easy to cultivate a minor imperishable realm cultivator. For example, Feng Daji, Yi Cheng, and the 5-clawed golden dragon. How long have they been with me? But now, Feng Daji and the 5-clawed golden dragon have already reached the imperishable realm. Yi Cheng has also reached the half-step imperishable realm. So you have to understand that the cultivation you are so proud of is nothing in my eyes. Qin Feiyang said. The two of them clenched their hands. 3 breaths. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Whether you live or die, it's your choice. After saying that, Qin Feiyang quietly looked at the two of them. 1, 2, 3. 3 breaths. It was just a matter of 3 breaths. It passed quickly. Just as Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent, the two of them looked at each other and helplessly lowered their heads. We are willing to accept your control. You're smart. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 2 slave seals directly entered the top of the 2's heads. Accompanied by a sharp pain, the slavery seals were successfully completed. From now on, you will continue to stay in the Dragon Slayer Palace and assist my 2 ancestors. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and said. Yes. The 2 of them nodded respectfully. Qin Feiyang looked at the 108 generals. These 108 generals, except for Xia Yuan, were all terrified. I know. You are the same as the 8 divine emperors. Some of you are subordinates of the 2 ancestors, and some of you are subordinates of Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast. But now, all of you listen to me. Right now, the Dragon Slayer Palace no longer has any distinction between factions. We are all one. If I find that there are still people who are dishonest and secretly forming factions, then don't blame me, Qin Feiyang, for being ruthless. I believe you all have some understanding of my methods and character, so don't take any chances with me. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. The group of people looked at each other and nodded. It's good that you understand. All right then, you may all disperse. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The group of people immediately turned and dispersed, only to find that they were already drenched in cold sweat. Xia Yuan, this Qin Feiyang is too difficult to get along with. Yeah. I was almost scared to death. A few divine generals walked with Xia Yuan and whispered to him. No way. You'll slowly realize that he's actually a pretty good person after getting along with him for a long time. Xia Yuan smiled. Among the 108 generals, he was the most relaxed. This was because he was very familiar with Qin Feiyang and knew what kind of person Qin Feiyang was. As long as he didn't do anything out of line, nothing would happen. He would even treat you very well. Qin Badian looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, your show of strength is pretty good. Now they're more or less obedient. Don't I have you big shots backing me up? Qin Feiyang said. Us big shots. I think you're the big shot now. So many heaven-defying divine artifacts, so many brothers who have risked their lives, and so many loyal subordinates. You'll have to take care of us in the future. Lu Zhengyang teased. You're an ancestor, can't you act like one? You're still making fun of me. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Ha! Lu Zhengyang laughed heartily, looked at the 1,000 fengshan in the Mermaid Emperor's hand, and said, take out the spirit vein and crystal vein. Hearing this, the artifact spirit of the 1,000 fengshan immediately emitted wisps of divine light. Immediately after, 1 spirit vein and 1 crystal vein appeared in the void in front of them. So many. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The dragon-slaying palace has existed for so many years, they must have some foundation. Qin Badian laughed. Finally. The The spirit vein and crystal vein that appeared in front of them added up to more than 20,000. And the lowest was a rank 3 divine level. It's a lot, but the quality is not good. It's far from enough to turn the entire central continent into a holy land for cultivation. Yi Zhong shook his head. Although the lowest was a rank 3 divine level, the highest was a rank 6 divine level. And the spirit vein and crystal vein of the Black Tortoise realm were all rank 8 divine level. There were even some spirit vein and crystal vein that were already evolving towards rank 9 divine level. This is fine. Fire Lotus, Hua Yi, and the 5-clawed golden dragon have looted the 3 great dragon god halls, and there are still many spirit vein and crystal vein. When they return, we'll split some of them and place them in the central continent. Qin Feiyang said. Then we'll thank you in advance. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang looked at each other, then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. We're all family, why are you being so polite? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Yes, family. Qin Badian nodded, extremely gratified. Qin Feiyang looked at the Sword Emperor and the others and said, then you'll go out with me now. Okay. The 4 of them nodded. Then I'll go out first. If you need anything, look for Master. Qin Feiyang said to Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang, then led the Sword Emperor and the others out of the Black Tortoise realm and rushed towards the inner sea. I really didn't expect it. How many years has it been? He's already grown to this point. Qin Badian looked at the place where Qin Feiyang disappeared and was filled with emotions. Yes. I originally thought that it would take at least 10,000 years, or even longer, before he could shoulder the heavy responsibility. But it's only been a few hundred years. This descendant is really amazing. Lu Xingyang said with a smile. He's our pride. Qin Badian nodded, then looked at Yi Zhong and said with a smile, Brother Yi, don't you think so? Pride, Yi Zhong muttered with a gratified smile on his old face. That's right. With such an outstanding disciple, how could they not be proud? Chapter 2878. Inland Sea. On the coast. Feng Daji sat cross-legged. 2 heaven-defying artifacts floated in the air, exuding mighty divine power. At this time, there were still many people standing on the divine Dragon Mountain range watching. They were here to confirm whether the dragons had been sealed or not. But when they saw Feng Daji and the 2 heaven-defying artifacts, they knew that it was true. Swish! Suddenly, 5 figures landed on the coast. It's him. Qin Feiyang. At this moment, everyone's eyes were burning as if they were looking at their idol. Especially some of the girls, their eyes were shining. Who are the 4 people next to him? What a strong aura. You don't even know them. You must be from the countryside. Let me tell you, they are the 4 divine emperors of the dragon-slaying palace. They are the Mermaid Emperor, the Sword Emperor, the Black Wing Emperor, and the White Wing Emperor. So it's them. They are all famous big shots. Qin Feiyang is actually with them. Is this strange? Qin Feiyang is the descendant of Qin Badian and has the same bloodline power. Even without this identity, with Qin Feiyang's own ability, I'm afraid even these divine emperors have to curry favor with him. Everyone whispered. At the same time, on the coast, Feng Daji opened his eyes, got up, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, Young master. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, turned his head, and glanced at the people in the distance, and asked suspiciously, what are they doing? They are just here to join in the fun, don't worry about them. Feng Daji said. Qin Feiyang nodded, then looked at the Mermaid Emperor and the other 3, and asked with a smile, who will stay here to replace Feng Daji? The 4 looked at each other. The Black Wing Emperor said with a smile, anyone is fine. The Mermaid Emperor said with a faint smile, then I will stay here. Okay. The Sword Emperor and the other 2 nodded. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 4 of them and could see that they were very united. Qin Feiyang looked at the Black Wing Emperor and the other two and said with a smile, "Then I won't see you off. You can go by yourselves. Help me tell Fire Lotus and the others that I will be waiting for them here." "All right." The Black Wing Emperor and the other two nodded and each opened an altar. Qin Feiyang suddenly exhorted, "If there are any sudden changes, don't be impulsive. Send us a message as soon as possible. Don't worry. We know our limits." The three of them smiled and stepped onto the altar. After watching the three of them leave, Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and raised his head to look at the two heaven-defying artifacts floating in the air. He said with a smile, "Your mission is over. Come down." The two heaven-defying divine artifacts immediately retracted their divine power and landed beside Qin Feiyang. "Forefather." Qin Feiyang looked at the Mermaid Emperor again. The Mermaid Emperor understood. With a wave of his hand, the broken sword appeared and rushed into the sky. Terrifying divine power immediately emerged and replaced the two heaven-defying divine artifacts to seal the coast. "Young master, is one heaven-defying divine artifact really enough?" Feng Daji was a little worried. "It's completely enough." Qin Feiyang nodded. Because the current dragons did not dare to confront them head-on. And now, what they had to do was to guard against the dragons entering the east, west, south, and north to stir up trouble. So, one heaven-defying divine artifact on each side was enough to deter the dragons. In other words, now, they only needed a deterrent effect. "All right." Feng Daji nodded, feeling very touched. Because from this point, it could be seen how much Qin Feiyang cared about him. One had to know. The Mermaid Emperor was the Mermaid Princess ancestor, so he could be considered Qin Feiyang's true relative. But now, Qin Feiyang let the Mermaid Emperor replace him to guard the inland sea and let him go to the Black Tortoise world to cultivate. One could imagine that in Qin Feiyang's heart, he was more important than the Mermaid Emperor. It could be said that this kind of treatment, when he followed the dragons in the past, he did not even dare to think about it. This was very obvious. In the past, when he followed the dragons, he had only been to the Divine Dragon Island once, and then he was sent here to guard the inland sea. In other words, in the eyes of the dragons, he was simply a dispensable small figure. Now, he followed Qin Feiyang. Although he was nominally Qin Feiyang's subordinate, in fact, the two of them were friends and partners. It was a world of difference. He was very glad that he made a wise choice to leave the dragons and follow Qin Feiyang. Otherwise, he would definitely be reduced to cannon fodder like Li Chang and the others. Of course, Li Chang was a very lucky person. Not only did he escape with his life, but he also successfully escaped the control of the dragons. But the others were not so lucky. For example, the 750 half-step imperishable realm experts who went to the west and the south were all reduced to cannon fodder and died without any value. "Feiyang, let me ask you something." The Mermaid Emperor suddenly spoke. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The Mermaid Emperor said, "When are you and Xiaoyu going to get married?" Cough cough. Qin Feiyang choked on his saliva. Such a big reaction. The Mermaid Emperor was stunned and frowned. "You can't be kidding, right? How is that possible?" Qin Feiyang hurriedly shook his head and said with a wry smile, "It's not a big deal. Destroying the dragons and getting married seem to be two different things." The Mermaid Emperor said, "I know. But I hope that when I get married, I can get the blessings of all my relatives." Qin Feiyang said, "I see. I thought you were just fooling around." The Mermaid Emperor nodded. "Am I that kind of person?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Who knows? Anyway, you can't hurt her. Otherwise, even if the Qin Emperor comes, I will teach you a lesson." The Mermaid Emperor said, "If such a thing really happens, there's no need for you elders to step in. I'll take care of myself." Qin Feiyang patted his chest and said, "You brat." The Mermaid Emperor shook his head and laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled and pondered for a while, then said, Ancestor, I have a question that I have been wanting to ask you for a long time. What is it? The Mermaid Emperor was suspicious. When I was at the god's site, I heard from the fire python and the fire dragon that you went to the 3rd level. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. The Mermaid Emperor nodded. I also heard from the fire python that it was the fire dragon who forced you to go there. Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. The Mermaid Emperor nodded again. What exactly is going on? Qin Feiyang was curious. It's a long story. You should also know that when we first entered the god's site, we had already formed a grudge with the fire dragon. The Mermaid Emperor said. I know this. The fire dragon wanted to leave the god's site and tried to possess the ancestor, but in the end, not only did he not succeed, but he was also injured by the ancestor. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's right. At that time, the fire dragon's plot failed and he resented us. Therefore, when we destroyed the Tianyang Empire and entered the god's site again, we encountered the fire dragon's revenge. In that battle, we were all annihilated, and only the Qin Emperor was left. The Mermaid Emperor said in a deep voice. I also know about this. The fire dragon colluded with the beasts of the god's site to kill you. At that time, all the subordinates of the ancestor died in battle. In the end, the ancestor opened the gate of rebirth and revived everyone. After the ancestor opened the gate of rebirth, he lost all his cultivation. Then, you brought him and escaped to the 3rd level. Qin Feiyang said. That's indeed the case. The Mermaid Emperor nodded. Then, what did you experience in the 3rd level? And the ancestor, how did he recover his cultivation? How did you enter the ancient world at that time? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. When we entered the 3rd level, the gate of the shrine was not closed. Therefore, we successfully entered the 3rd level, which is the Divine Demon Forest. The Mermaid Emperor said. You guys went to the Divine Demon Forest? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Also, we encountered the guardians of the shrine. When these guardians saw us, they chased us everywhere. We fled in the Divine Demon Forest. Some died in the illusion, and some were killed by the beasts. We were really driven into a corner. But in the end, we found a blessing in disguise. In the Divine Demon Forest, we found a heaven-defying divine artifact. This heaven-defying divine artifact was the 1,000 Phoenix Mountain. Later, we found Emperor Yang, and Emperor Qin gave him the 1,000 Phoenix Mountain. The Mermaid Emperor said. So, the 1,000 Phoenix Mountain was given to him by the ancestor. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, then, how did you get a blessing in disguise? You have to know that the entire Nether King's Hell can't recover a heaven-defying divine artifact, including the Divine Demon Forest. Even if you had the broken sword at that time, it couldn't help you. As for those protectors, they are all extremely powerful. At that time, the strongest among you should be the god of war, right? How could he escape from the shrine guardians with such a cultivation base? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Nether King's Hell. The Mermaid Emperor was stunned. You don't know. Nether King's Hell is the 3rd level of the shrine. Qin Feiyang said. We really don't know about this. Those guardians who chased us didn't say anything. The Mermaid Emperor was stunned. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, at first, I didn't know either. But when I met the fire dragon in the shrine, I found out that Nether King's Hell is the 3rd level of the shrine. I see. The Mermaid Emperor nodded and said, at that time, we escaped from those guardians because of a giant. A giant? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Could it be the Blood Demon tribe? The Mermaid Emperor said, they look similar to us humans, but they are bigger than us. Then it must be the Blood Demon tribe. Qin Feiyang said. Blood Demon tribe? The Mermaid Emperor was stunned again. The Blood Demon tribe is the ruler of Nether King's Hell. When I entered Nether King's Hell, my relationship with the Blood Demon tribe was quite good. Qin Feiyang said. I see. The Mermaid Emperor smiled and said, then we are quite fated with the Blood Demon tribe. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, but suddenly frowned and said, that can't be right. The Divine Demon Forest is a forbidden area of Nether King's Hell. Even the Blood Demon tribe doesn't dare to enter. How did you encounter them? At that time, we did encounter a Blood Demon tribe. It was his appearance that led away those guardians who chased us. But at that time, we didn't have any interaction with him. We just brushed past him. We don't even know his name. But in our hearts, we have always been grateful to him. If not for his appearance, I'm afraid we would have died in the Divine Demon Forest. The Mermaid Emperor smiled. Chapter 2879. The Blood Demon Race. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, do you still remember the appearance of the Blood Demon Race? I remember this. Although he passed by in a hurry, we remember his appearance. The Mermaid Emperor nodded. What does he look like? Qin Feiyang asked. The Mermaid Emperor waved his hand and divine power surged, condensing into a huge figure. It's him. Qin Feiyang was stunned. You know him? The Mermaid Emperor was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, not only do I know him, but we have a very good relationship. It can't be. The Mermaid Emperor was stunned. Was there such a coincidence? Qin Feiyang said, this person is the commander of the Blood Demon Race, Shweta. So his name is Shweta, the Mermaid Emperor mumbled. Wait a minute. Has Shweta been to the Forest of Gods and Demons? Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang recalled that King Yu said that Shweta had indeed been to the Forest of Gods and Demons. Moreover, it was precisely because he passed the test of the Forest of Gods and Demons that he slowly comprehended the law of slaughter. In other words, Ancestor and the rest met Shweta at that time. This was too much of a coincidence. It was so coincidental that it was somewhat unbelievable. It seemed that the Blood Demon Race was really fated with him. Not only did he inadvertently save Ancestor and the rest back then, but he was also helping him now. Qin Feiyang asked, what happened after that? After that, although the guardians were lured away by Shweta, the danger was not over. There were still many behemoths in the Forest of Gods and Demons. We were very careful, as if we were treading on thin ice. In the end, we were still discovered by a few behemoths. Just as we were about to lose all hope, a person suddenly appeared. The Mermaid Emperor said. Who is it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. There was actually someone else in the Netherworld King's Hell. The Mermaid Emperor said, a white-haired young man. A white-haired young man? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. This white-haired youth is very strong. When he appeared, he scared off all the giant beasts with just a glance. He was the one who gave the Qin Emperor a divine elixir. After the Qin Emperor consumed the elixir, he quickly recovered his cultivation. Furthermore, he directly sent us to the ancient realm. The Mermaid Emperor said. So powerful? Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked in confusion, then why did he help you? I don't know. At that time, he only asked about the Qin Emperor's bloodline power. The Mermaid Emperor said. Asking about bloodline power? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. At that time, he asked the Qin Emperor where the power of the purple gold dragon blood came from. The Qin Emperor replied that he didn't know either. He was born with it. After that, the white-haired youth didn't ask anything else. The Mermaid Emperor said. White-haired youth, bloodline power, in other words, he might have saved you because of the bloodline power of your ancestor. Qin Feiyang said. That's what we think too. The Mermaid Emperor said. Even the giant beast was scared away, then this person's strength must be quite terrifying. Furthermore, he could directly send you to the ancient realm. Why haven't I heard of this person when I was in the Nether King's Hell? Qin Feiyang frowned. We asked him at that time, but he didn't answer. When we came to the ancient realm, we also asked around, but there was no such person in the ancient realm. The Mermaid Emperor shook his head. Wait a minute. Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. What's wrong? The Mermaid Emperor looked at him in confusion. The miracle is restricted by the power of the rules. As far as I know, the only ones who can freely enter and exit the miracle and send people from the miracle to the ancient realm are Ice Dragon and Small Beast. Qin Feiyang said. It can't be them. The Mermaid Emperor shook his head. I also don't think it's them. Then there's only one person left. Qin Feiyang said. Who? The Mermaid Emperor asked. The God of creation. Qin Feiyang said word by word. The God of creation. The Mermaid Emperor's eyes trembled. Although he had never seen it before, he knew that it was the ruler of this world just by hearing the name. Feng Daji was also shocked and asked, if it's really the God of creation, why would he help the Qin Emperor and the others? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Mermaid Emperor pondered for a while and said, this is just your personal guess. Maybe other than Ice Dragon and Small Beast, there are other people who can freely enter and exit the miracle. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and nodded. That's true. The God of creation must have more than just Ice Dragon and Small Beast. Since he could give Ice Dragon and Small Beast such authority, it was naturally possible that he could give the same authority to others. This matter could only be clarified when they met the God of creation. Qin Feiyang looked at the Mermaid Emperor and said, there's one more question. Go ahead. The Mermaid Emperor said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, why does the Qin clan have the power of the purple gold dragon bloodline? The Mermaid Emperor smiled bitterly and shook his head. You're asking the wrong person. You have to ask your ancestor. You're so close. Didn't he tell you? Qin Feiyang said. I did ask him, but your ancestor seemed a little confused. The Mermaid Emperor said. My ancestor wasn't confused. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The Mermaid Emperor nodded. What's there to be confused about? Even if my ancestor doesn't know, don't tell me his father doesn't know. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You don't say. The Qin Emperor doesn't even know who his parents are. The Mermaid Emperor said. What? He doesn't know who his parents are. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Feng Daji also had a look of disbelief. Yes. I heard from the Qin Emperor that he seems to be an orphan. The Mermaid Emperor said. That can't be. Qin Feiyang and Feng Daji looked at each other. The Mermaid Emperor said, you can ask the Qin Emperor for the details when you have time. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. He had not thought about this in the past. Now that he asked, he suddenly felt that his ancestors seemed to be full of secrets. Whoosh. Soon. 3 figures descended one after another. They were Fire Lotus, Hui Yi, and the 5-clawed golden dragon. It's been hard on all of you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What's there to be hard on? As for you, who was the one who fought with you in the internal sea? Fire Lotus asked suspiciously. The Prince of the Dragons. Qin Feiyang said. It's really him. Hui Yi's gaze sank and he asked, how's his strength? He lost to me. However, he's very powerful. I even feel that he's hiding something. Qin Feiyang said. Then what about his character? The 5-clawed golden dragon asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, he's quite a good person. I even suspect that he's Long Zun's biological son. Ah. Fire Lotus and the other 2 were stunned. They actually had such suspicions. Was there such a huge gap between the mother and son? Let's not talk about him first. Did you bring back the heaven-defying divine artifact? Qin Feiyang said. The 3 nodded. All right then. Let's go to the Black Tortoise realm and prepare for the final push. Qin Feiyang said. The final push. The three were stunned. The dragons are about to break through to the sovereign realm. If she really steps into the sovereign realm, even if we have so many heaven-defying divine artifacts, we won't be her match. Therefore, we must destroy the dragons before she steps into the sovereign realm. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Sovereign realm? Fire Lotus frowned slightly. The sovereign realm is the realm above the imperishable realm. According to Master, one has to completely comprehend a type of law to step into the sovereign realm. Qin Feiyang said. Completely comprehend a type of law. Hua Yi was slightly stunned and asked, what about those who haven't comprehended a type of law? Those who haven't comprehended a type of law will stop at the great perfection imperishable realm. Qin Feiyang said. There's such a thing. Hua Yi was stunned and then said, no, I have to quickly comprehend a type of law. Me too. The five-clawed golden dragon clenched his fists. If it was before, the imperishable realm was his highest goal. But after following Qin Feiyang, his vision and goal slowly changed. In other words, the imperishable realm was no longer his goal. It's not that easy to comprehend a type of law. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Even if it's not easy, I have to do it. I don't want to stop at the sovereign realm. Hua Yi said. Fire Lotus and Qin Feiyang had both comprehended a type of law, how could he fall behind? Fire Lotus glanced at the two, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, in other words, when one reaches the sovereign realm, one can give a supreme-grade divine artifact the power of law. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then when Long Zun steps into the sovereign realm, won't he be able to casually forge a heaven-defying divine artifact? Fire Lotus was surprised. That's right. That's what I'm worried about. Qin Feiyang said. You don't have to worry too much about that. After all, divine artifacts like the Sunset Divine Bow have already surpassed the limits of heaven-defying divine artifacts. So, no matter how many heaven-defying divine artifacts she can forge, she won't be much of a threat to us. The only thing that worries us is her. Although I haven't seen a sovereign realm expert, her strength is definitely heaven-defying. When the time comes, even if we join forces, we won't be enough to kill her. Hua Yi said. Yes. So I've decided that when I step into the half-step undying realm, I'll declare war on the dragons. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Hua Yi was silent for a moment, then sighed, although it's a bit rushed, there's nothing we can do about it. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led the group into the Black Tortoise realm. Sovereign realm, the Mermaid Emperor stood on the shore, looking in the direction of Divine Dragon Island through the sovereign realm, muttering to himself. It seemed that destroying the dragons was harder than expected. This hope was now on Qin Feiyang. He hoped that this child could withstand the pressure and shoulder this heavy burden. Chapter 2880. Black Tortoise World. Above the herb field. Qin Feiyang and the other two stood side by side. Why are there more courtyards? Fire Lotus looked at the courtyard beside the ancient castle with a trace of surprise in her eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Supreme Cloud and Master have already decided to stay in the Black Tortoise World. Really? Fire Lotus said. Yes. And Master also agreed to help manage the Black Tortoise World, so in the future, you will have more time to cultivate. Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus nodded and smiled, with his help, and the three Black Panther brothers, it will indeed be much easier, but this is not the main point. The main point is that he will stay in the Black Tortoise World. That's right. Master's ability is obvious to all, as long as he stays, the chances of destroying the dragons will be greater. Qin Feiyang said. What are you talking about? At this moment, Yi Zhong walked out of the courtyard and looked up at them with a smile. Greetings, Senior Yi. Fire Lotus and the other three immediately flew down and bowed. No need to be so polite. Yi Zhong waved his hand and smiled, thank you for your hard work. No. Fire Lotus quickly waved her hand. Qin Feiyang asked, Master, have you arranged everything in Zhongzhou? Yes. Yi Zhong nodded. Pretty fast. Qin Feiyang smiled. Fast? Although it has only been a while outside, decades have passed in the Black Tortoise world. Yi Zhong said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head with a smile, look at my brain, I always forget about this. Wait a minute, what does Zhongzhou mean? Fire Lotus looked at the two of them suspiciously. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation of the Dragon Slayer Palace being transferred to the Black Tortoise world. In that case, our Black Tortoise world is now filled with experts. Hua Yi was stunned. Everything has its pros and cons, with so many people from the Dragon-slaying Palace moving to the Black Tortoise world, I'm afraid it will affect the order of the Black Tortoise world. Fire Lotus frowned. Don't worry about that. This old man has repeatedly reminded Qin Batian to restrain the people of the Dragon-slaying Palace. Furthermore, I've also set a rule that the members of the Dragon-slaying Palace can only stay in the Central Plains. Yi Zhong smiled. That's good. Fire Lotus smiled. The Order of the Black Tortoise world was created by her. It could be said that there was no place more peaceful than the Black Tortoise world. Therefore, she would not allow anyone to destroy the Order of the Black Tortoise world. The Dragon-slaying Palace has been settled. It's time for you to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at the Fire Lotus, and five-clawed golden dragon. He asked, where are the spirit veins and crystal veins you plundered from the Divine Dragon Island? Don't talk about plundering, okay? You're making us look like bandits. Hua Yi glared at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. Then what should I say? Rob the rich to help the poor. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Yes, rob the rich to help the poor. Hua Yi nodded. You're trying to make me laugh to death. Qin Feiyang glanced at him helplessly and said, the spirit veins and crystal veins of the Northern Dragon God Palace add up to about 200,000. What about you? About the same. Fire Lotus said. With a wave of her hand, crystal veins and spirit veins rushed out of her chi seat. This old man naturally has the most right to speak on this matter. The resources of the 4 Dragon God Palaces are about the same. Yi Zhong smiled. After all, he was the one who founded the Dragon God Palace. He definitely knew better than anyone else. Hua Yi and five-clawed golden dragon also took out their spirit veins and crystal veins. Immediately, the entire sky above the Devil's Land was filled with densely packed crystal veins and spirit veins. So many. Even with Qin Feiyang's temperament, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. The spirit veins and crystal veins of the 4 Dragon God Palaces should add up to about 900,000. Yi Zhong said. Then with the previous ones, our Black Tortoise world now has more than 1 million crystal veins and spirit veins, right? Hua Yi was stunned. The Black Tortoise world is getting better and better. Fire Lotus glanced around, her moving eyes full of smiles. Not only the order of the Black Tortoise world, everything here was her painstaking effort. In her eyes, the Black Tortoise world was like her child. Seeing the Black Tortoise world getting better and better, she was naturally happy in her heart. Yes, it's getting better and better. Qin Feiyang patted Fire Lotus's shoulder. He naturally knew how Fire Lotus felt. Fire Lotus smiled slightly, looked at Yi Zhong and said, then old Yi, let's deal with these spirit veins together. Okay. Yi Zhong nodded. The spirit veins and crystal veins of the Devil's Land are almost full. Let's leave another 1,000. The rest will be given to the 4 major regions. As for the herbs of the 4 Dragon God Palaces, the herb fields of the Devil's Land are really full. Let's give them to the creatures of the 4 major regions. Fire Lotus said. The current Devil's Land was no longer barren. Medicinal herbs were planted everywhere. There's also the central state. The spirit veins and crystal veins of the ancestors are not enough. Qin Feiyang reminded. Yizhong said, then the central state will give them 50,000 spirit veins and 50,000 crystal veins. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded and said, Black Panther brothers, come and help. Coming. The 3 Black Panther brothers immediately ran over. Qin Feiyang said, I just happen to have something to do with the ancestors. I'll take the spirit veins and crystal veins with me. N. Yizhong and Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the 8 heaven-defying divine artifacts and said with a smile, you guys also go to the land of origin. In the future, you will be the main battle force. You have to work hard. No matter how hard we work, we won't be able to evolve into sovereign divine weapons. The heaven-breaking halberds artifact spirit sighed. It's better to be stronger, right? Don't be discouraged. There's still a long time. Maybe in the future, we won't need to merge with the Black Tortoise realm like the ancient castle to evolve into a sovereign divine weapon. Qin Feiyang comforted. Okay. Hearing this, the group of heaven-defying divine artifacts rushed into the sky and disappeared. Qin Feiyang also brought 50,000 spirit veins and crystal veins to the sky above the central state. The central state's plate was countless times larger than the Devil's Land. Even the more than 20 million people of the Dragon Slayer Palace only occupied a corner. The current layout of the Dragon Slayer Palace was similar to the Thousand Phoenix Mountain. Villages were scattered among the mountains in picturesque disorder. As the sovereign of the Black Tortoise realm, Qin Feiyang could easily find the location of Qin Badian and Lu Zhenyang. Swoosh! He disappeared again and appeared in the sky above a giant mountain. The giant mountain was more than 10,000 feet high, towering into the clouds. At the top of the mountain, there was a simple and plain small wooden building. There was a small vegetable garden around the wooden building. At this time, Qin Batian and Lu Zhenyang were sitting at a stone table outside the wooden building, drinking tea and chatting. 2 ancestors, are you used to it? Qin Feiyang smiled. You're here. The 2 raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile on their faces. But when they saw the 50,000 spirit veins and crystal veins, a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. So many. These are all for you. Qin Feiyang waved his hand generously. Isn't this too extravagant? Qin Badian smiled bitterly. I have no choice. I have nothing now, only a lot of spirit veins and crystal veins. Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. Brat. Qin Badian laughed and shouted, Xia Yuan. Whoosh! A black figure rushed up from the mountains below like lightning. No way. Looking at the spirit veins and crystal veins floating in the air, Xia Yuan was dumbfounded. These are given to us by Feiyang. Take them and settle them down. Qin Badian smiled. Xia Yuan was slightly taken aback. He looked at Qin Feiyang and gave him a thumbs up. Young lord, you're so generous. Of course. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then can I ask, how many spirit veins and crystal veins did you get from looting the 4 dragon god palaces this time? Xia Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Not much, just about 900,000. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The corner of Xia Yuan's mouth twitched. 900,000 was not much. This pretentious was really good. Go quickly. Qin Badian smiled. Yes. Xia Yuan respectfully replied and disappeared with all the spirit veins and crystal veins. Sit. Qin Badian pointed to the stone bench next to him. Qin Feiyang sat on the stone bench and drank a cup of tea. He smiled and said, Old ancestor, are you lonely? What do you mean, am I not human? Lu Zhenyang said angrily. You don't understand what I mean. What I mean is, since we're all in the Black Tortoise world, why don't you let great-grandmother come to the middle ground too? Qin Feiyang said. I see. Lu Zhenyang suddenly understood. He looked at Qin Badian and joked, "Old brother Qin, are you lonely?" He was even more direct than Qin Feiyang. "Why are you blindly joining in the fun?" Qin Badian looked at Lu Zhengyang helplessly. "To be honest, you and Little Li have been separated for so many years. Don't you want to spend some time alone?" Lu Zhengyang said. Qin Badian rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Then when you go back, let them come over. See, although they say they don't want it, they still want it very much." Qin Feiyang laughed mischievously. "You're not done, are you?" Qin Beixian's face darkened. Okay, I won't say any more. However, I can't help with this matter. If great-grandmother misunderstands and says that I want to drive them out of the devil's land, then I won't be able to have peace in the future." Qin Feiyang said. "Why not? Are they going to eat you?" Qin Badian was speechless. "You don't say. With your precious daughter's character, I can't afford to provoke her." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Qin Badian smiled bitterly and said, Okay, I'll pick them up myself another day. That's for the best." Qin Feiyang smiled, pondered for a while, and said, "There's something I want to ask you. Don't hide it from me." "What is it?" Qin Badian was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Why do the people of the Qin clan have the power of the purple gold dragon blood?" "That's it?" Qin Badian was stunned. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "I thought it was something big." Qin Badian shook his head and said, "Actually, I don't know about the purple gold dragon blood of the Qin clan." "You don't know?" Qin Feiyang immediately frowned and said, "Is it like what the Mermaid Emperor said? You don't even know who your father is? You've asked him?" Qin Badian was stunned. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Badian replied, "Then why don't you ask me again? He already knows about my situation." "But that's not right. How can you be an orphan? The bloodline of the Qin clan must have other ancestors." Qin Feiyang frowned.